Oh. Let me just put that away. Hello, hello. Thank you for the raid, Abigail. Yeah, what were you doing? Well, I think I know what you were doing. Let me check. You were interviewing Juniper, weren't you? Her. Let's just double check. Yes. That was it, wasn't it? I'm not wrong, am I? I hope you two had fun. Hi, Nekma. How are you doing? Thank you again for the raid. So tonight I actually let me switch this up. Okay, it's not catching the music because it's the wrong system. But actually, can I quickly switch that? I can. Can't I? You might be hearing a lot of clicking. I set up some panels, acoustic panels behind me, so hopefully I don't have to do my crazy corner reading tonight and I can be a little bit more comfy. Let's see. But tonight I am planning on reading out some Dungeon World. I think it was 2 or 3 weeks ago we started reading through the Dungeon World open source edition, which is like the first edition, pre-first edition, something like that, which is a number of years old, but I don't think it's quite yet a decade old exactly. So that's still a young system. But we've made it through the beginning portion, which is really only, looking at the table of contents, we're in, I guess, chapter 5. Like page 74 out of 410. So we still have a good chunk of time to go. But yesterday was also supposed to be a tabletop day. Yesterday was supposed to be, I was supposed to run an RPG, but unfortunately due to some scheduling issues, it had to be postponed. But I am hoping to I'm hoping to present it, not this upcoming week, but the week after, hopefully. Perhaps the week after that. We will have to see. Have to reschedule. A bit unfortunate, but it is what it is. But until then, there's Dungeon World and other things in the making. Hopefully it's not too quiet. Again, I had to rework the audio settings here a little bit for new equipment. It's actually a little unfortunate. I was really happy with my purchase. I purchased a few, they're almost 4 inches thick acoustic panels that are like 2 feet by 3 feet. They're beautiful. They're a flat green. I'm going to be hanging them on my wall, but until I formally hang them, I'm having them sat on my desk against the wall to make sure that I like the position that they're in and they sound good. But the problem is also I have cats. Who have claws, and well, there's this nice big new scratching post that, the mistress has just put up on her desk, and so I have to keep my eye out and make sure now that the cats are not trying to scratch my new beautiful panels. I have to wonder how other people deal with that if they have the foam panels on their walls. Like, if they have cats, do the cats try and eat it? Do they scratch it up? Do they have to replace them every now and then? I think they're probably a good idea. Like, I don't know if everyone necessarily needs them, but I do, because my room currently has an echo that I have not still quite gotten rid of. I know what I need to do to fix it proper, but I haven't done that yet. So I don't really like having too many things, and that's part of the problem. The space is too empty. I don't mind hanging these on the walls though, because they're large, they're off the floor. They should hopefully not be too difficult to clean. So hopefully it will turn out nicely, though I still do need probably a few more things, and I do want to hang one on the ceiling as well eventually. Buy a few more, and then I realized that may not be possible because I also have a fan up there, which is the reason why I couldn't do some other things. Like I suppose I can remove the fan, but that might have other implications later. And sound acoustics is hard. Sound acoustics is hard. Looking up like, how do you properly check for all that information? How do you know like what spaces you need to cover and what you don't need to cover? And the guides are like, oh well, you need to cover like 50% of your room, and if it's a square room, it'll be like this. It's kind of it's not a square room. Like, okay, you're screwed. You have to kind of do 2 calculations and then a third calculation kind of averaging that out, I guess. Or you can skip most of that and just get a like tiny microphone and use the software and start walking around your room testing for that. It's kind of, I don't want to have to buy a microphone simply to do this testing. It's rough. So I'm just going to be sticking with, I think, some basic setup for it. Some panels behind my microphone area. Some panels on the far wall across from me. And eventually, I suppose, some, I think they're called like corner, is it bass or bass traps? Bass traps? I never remember which one's the sound and which one's the fish. I blame Animal Crossing, personally. But I could do with some of those, although then again, this room is not a square, so I suppose it's a case of, do I need, how many do I need? Do I set up a fake wall to make the room a square? Do I... And again, for the ceiling will probably... Like, I feel like the ceiling should be next on my list, but at the same time, because of the extra hardware, I suppose, it requires, maybe it should be closer to the last, because the corner traps can apparently just sit on the floor. And I can hang the ones that will be across behind me. But I suppose otherwise I just need to start setting up more actual furniture in this room other than my desk and a few spots for the cats to sleep. Oh, hold on, I forgot. I have a guest. Let me go set up my guest. Last time I did this, I remember that they say that to make the room a little better for acoustics, you should fill it with things, and soft things like pillows are good. And I remembered, I forgot his name. It's the Monster Hunter cat, Palico, I think it is. I have a Palico, and I have an extra seat, so I will have Palico sitting next to me. I should probably get like a little image of Palico. What does Palico look like exactly? This huge Palico. Palico deserves his own seat wherever he is. He is large. He doesn't look like the Monster Hunter World one. Is there an older version? Like, he's gray too. Where is he? I just look up blush, maybe. Again, he is huge. When I bought him, I had to give him his own seat. Okay, it was the Monster Hunter 4 Ultimate one. These are all too small. Ultimate 12. I have to confess, I've never actually played a Monster Hunter game. He was just so cute that I couldn't resist. Monster Hunter huge plushie. It's not like it's that rare, right? They were being sold officially. I think I got it from... I guess it wasn't a Nintendo booth. I got it from New York Comic Con. Giant plush? No, it's... I'm not finding it. I guess... Oh, it's a Melinx, I guess? It's a Melinx. Oh, I guess he was $150-ish? Okay. But yeah, he can sit on a seat all on his own. Very, very large. And hopefully he will be a good companion today and help prevent some echo. The unfortunate thing, though, is when he occupies a seat, that means that I can't have any other feline guests. I'm limited to one guest. And if he's not allowed on the desk, he might choose to go somewhere else. Or if he's not allowed on the seat, he might choose to go on the desk. If he's on the desk, he might choose to stretch over my acoustic panels. They're not ready. They're not ready to be ripped apart yet. They're not ready. Okay. Let's see. Okay. I'm going to swap the music a little bit. Okay, let's see. Where is this? Okay. Are you ready for Dungeon World? Last time on Dungeon World, we went over most of the the very basics of the game, and it's been 2 weeks. So it is a little rough, but it's not like it's too complicated yet. We went over introduction, playing the game, example of play, and character creation, and basic moves. And this time we're going to be going through special moves. Okay, finding my place in the book. Special moves. Special moves are moves that come up less often or in more specific situations. They're still the basis of what characters do in Dungeon World, particularly what they do between dungeon crawls and high-flying adventures. There's last breath. Occasionally in the book there are sidebars, and the sidebars are quotes from other media that kind of work with the topic at hand. So occasionally I might go into these sidebars. Okay, last breath. There's something about this that's so black. It's like, how much more black could it be? And the answer is none. None more black. Quote from Nigel Tufnell. This is Spinal Tap. How many of you have watched Spinal Tap? I remember watching it once. I think only once for a class I was taking. I'm thinking back and I have to wonder, why did we watch it? I think it was a history class at that. It was just kind of a, what did This is Spinal Tap have to do with history? It was a very good movie at the time. And I don't remember, like at the time, I don't remember how contemporary it was. How old is This is Spinal Tap? This is Spinal Tap. It's 1980. Okay, yeah, it was not that contemporary. So I suppose why did we watch it for history? Like, I swear it was history. A good representation of, yeah, mockumentary style. Yeah, it is. It's just, it was a mockumentary, but we watched a lot of other movies that were much like a lot of war movies. And maybe it was just to show off that, yes, this is a mockumentary, I swear, and that's what the teacher brought it out, like just to point out the style of work as opposed to necessarily the content of the work. But who knows? It was a history through film kind of class, so it could be a lot of flimsy reasons to watch something that's good. Last breath. When you're dying, you catch a glimpse of what lies beyond the black gates of Death's kingdom. The GM will describe it. Then roll. Just roll. Plus nothing. Yeah, Death doesn't care about how tough or cool you are. On a 10 plus, you've cheated Death. You're in a bad spot, but you're still alive. On a 7 through 9, Death himself will offer you a bargain. Take it and stabilize, or refuse and pass beyond the black gates into whatever fate awaits you. On a 6 or less, your fate is sealed. You're marked as Death's own, and you'll cross the threshold soon. The GM will tell you when. Hello, Frag. The last breath is that moment standing between life and death. Time stands still as Death appears to claim the living for his own. Even those who do not pass beyond the black gates catch a glimpse of the other side and what might await them. Friends and enemies past, rewards or punishments for acts in life or other stranger vistas. All are changed in some way by this moment, even those who escape. There are 3 outcomes to this move. On a 10 plus, the character has cheated Death in some meaningful way. He's escaped with something that, by rights, isn't his anymore. Death is powerless to stop this, but he remembers this slight. On a 7 through 9, the GM should offer a real choice with significant consequence. Think about the behaviors of the character and the things you've learned about him in play. Death knows and sees all and tailors his bargains accordingly. This is a trade, remember. Offer something that will be a challenge to play out, but will lead the game in a fun new direction. On a miss, Death is inevitable. The most obvious approach is to say, Death takes you across the threshold into his bleak kingdom, and move on. However, sometimes Death comes slowly. You might say, you have a week to live, or you can feel the cold hand of Death on you, and leave it at that for now. The player may want to give in and accept Death at this point. That's okay. Let them create a new character as normal. The key thing to remember is that a brush with Death, succeed or fail, is a significant moment that should always lead to change. And they have an example here as well. The GM says, Sparrow, as the knife blade disappears into your guts, the world fades away, and you stand before the black gates of Death. Among the throngs of suffering souls, you spot Lord Hwyn, that sickly cur. It looks like all his ill deals caught up with him at last. He spots you across the bleak gulf, and you feel the chill of his hunger in your very soul. Take your last breath. Oh, right. We already met out of character, not out of book. We met Lord Hwyn earlier in one of the other examples, previous examples. But in this case, Sparrow says, Heavy, I got a 9. Thank you for the head pat. The GM replies, Death appears to you, wisps of black cloth dancing around his shadowy form. A pale hand touches your face. You hear his voice in your mind. Come to me so soon, pretty Sparrow. You follow a river of souls sent here by your blade. I do so love you for them. I'll return you to the world, but you must make me a promise. In shadow you dwell, so shadow you shall become. Shun the light of day forever, or find a quick trip back to my company. What do you say, little thief? And Sparrow only gulps. And that is the last breath. The next special move, the next special move rather is encumbrance. When you make a move while carrying weight, you may be encumbered. If your weight carried is equal or less Equal to or less than your load, you suffer no penalty. Not tongue twisters. Less than or equal to your load +2, you take -1 ongoing until you lighten your burden. Greater than your load +2, you have a choice. Drop at least 1 weight and roll at -1, or automatically fail. I was just a little surprised here that encumbrance is considered a special move, because usually it's not something active that you do, I suppose. Which just makes it a little strange here to see it in special moves. A PC's load stat is determined by their class and strength. Being able to haul more is a clear benefit when trying to carry treasure out of a dungeon, or just making sure you can bring along what you need. This move only applies to things a person could walk around with and still act. Carrying a boulder on your back is not encumbrance. You can't really act or move much with it. It affects what moves you can make appropriately in the fiction. So I suppose, actually, if after this point, they don't really seem to give examples. There's no example of encumbrance. And nor are there for the next 2. But again, these are more... I guess they really are special moves compared to what we had before. Make camp is the next special move. Make camp. When you settle in to rest, consume a ration. If you're somewhere dangerous, decide the watch orders as well. If you have enough experience, you may level up. When you wake from at least a few uninterrupted hours of sleep, heal damage equal to half your maximum hit points. You usually make camp so that you can do other things, like prepare spells or commune with your god. Or, sleep soundly at night. Whenever you stop to catch your breath for more than an hour or so, you've probably made camp. Staying a night at an inn or a house is making camp too. Regain your hit points as usual, but only mark off a ration if you're eating from the food you carry, not paying for a meal or receiving hospitality. The next special move is take watch. When you're on watch and something approaches the camp, roll plus wisdom. On a 10+, you're able to wake the camp and prepare a response. Everyone in the camp takes +1 forward. On a 7 through 9, you react just a moment too late. Your companions in camp are awake but haven't had time to prepare. They have weapons and armor, but little else. On a miss, whatever lurks outside the campfire's light has the drop on you. Okay, let's see. How many more? Oh, actually, I thought that there would only be like 2 or 3 more, but there's actually a little bit more than that, it seems. Undertake a perilous journey is the next special move. When you travel through hostile territory, choose 1 member of the party to act as trailblazer, 1 to scout ahead, and 1 to be quartermaster. Each character with a job to do rolls plus wisdom. On a 10+, the quartermaster reduces the number of rations required by 1. The trailblazer reduces the amount of time it takes to reach your destination. The GM will say by how much. The scout will spot any trouble quick enough to let you get the drop on it. On a 7 through 9, each role performs their job as expected. The normal number of rations are consumed. The journey takes about as long as expected. No one gets the drop on you, but you don't get the drop on them either. You can't assign more than 1 job to a character. If you don't have enough party members or choose not to assign a job, treat that job as if it had been assigned and the responsible player had rolled a 6. And in that case, that means I don't want to say a failure, but yeah, they don't actually specify what happens on the 6 there. Simply that by default, missing jobs roll a 6. So less than expected. Distances in Dungeon World are measured in rations. A ration is the amount of supplies used up in a day. Journeys take more rations when they are long or when travel is slow. A perilous journey is the whole way between two locations. You don't roll for one day's journey and then make camp, only to roll for the next day's journey too. Make one roll for the entire trip. This move only applies when you know where you're going. Setting off to explore is not a perilous journey. It's wandering around looking for cool things to discover. Use up rations as you camp, and the GM will give you details about the world as you discover them. So yeah, again, that's the entirety of Undertake a Perilous Journey, and they don't describe what happens on a failure, only what happens on like 7 and up. So I suppose in that case, did they... For the scout, it would be a question of, I suppose you would have any creature that spots you before the scout spots it will get the drop on you. The Trailblazer issue might be a case of the GM will increase the amount of time taken by a little longer. And for the Quartermaster, increase the number of rations by 1, I suppose. Again, they don't explicitly describe this, but I guess that would be my estimation of what happens on a failure. The next special move is End of Session. When you reach the end of a session, choose one of your bonds that you feel is resolved, completely explored, no longer relevant or otherwise. Ask the player of the character you have the bond with if they agree. If they do, mark experience and write a new bond with whomever you wish. Once bonds have been updated, look at your alignment. If you fulfilled that alignment at least once this session, mark experience. Then answer these 3 questions as a group. Did we learn something new and important about the world? Did we overcome a notable monster or enemy? Did we loot a memorable treasure? Each yes answer, everyone marks experience. Level up. The sidebar for this is: you've only begun to discover your power. Join me, and I will complete your training. With our combined strength, we can end this destructive conflict and bring order to the galaxy. I should have said that in a completely different voice. And that is Darth Vader, Star Wars, The Empire Strikes Back. Can I do the voice? I don't know if I can. My voice is a little rough today because of something that happened recently. You've only begun to discover... No, I can't do it. I can't do an accurate representation of Darth Vader. You've only begun to discover your power. Join me, and I will complete your training. With our combined strength, we can end this destructive conflict and bring order to the galaxy. No. Far from the way it's supposed to be. Level. How am I supposed to read it without word level? Remove. You're too cruel. You're too cruel. Okay, let me find something real quick for that. I need to post-it note sticky on my desk. I don't actually have a punishment plan for this if I fail, so give me a second. Yeah, that could be bad too. Okay. Okay, level. Okay. Actually, no, I'm gonna make it bigger. I need to do it. Wait. It hasn't started yet. Did I even mark down on there how long the ban is? I just turned it on really quickly. Oh. How long did I specify it? 5 minutes. Okay. Okay. Do I have a timer? Do I have a timer? I don't know if I do. Actually, I can set it on here. If you start hearing strange noises, that means the timer has gone off. Where is... I'll set the timer on my phone. Not hours. Not hours. Okay. What is good noise? What is good noise? Oh wow, I have a lot of noises on here. I kind of forgot. I only ever use like 2. Sate sate? Oh. We'll use that. I don't know if you could hear that. Oh, nope. It's not quite started yet. Again, I don't know what a fair punishment for this is. For failure. But you know what? I'm not going to fail, so I don't have to worry about it. I'm not going to fail. Okay, where's the book? Where is the book? Okay, bring it back up. I've got my little note here to remind myself so I don't fail. Okay, just looking at the next section, you... remove. This is cruel. I got my note, and I just remembered what section we're on right now, and now I have to think of another replacement word mentally for this. Okay, I've got the timer set, and it's going for increase state up. When you have downtime, hours or days, and experience points equal to or greater than your current status number plus 7, you can reflect on your experiences and hone your skills. The silliest word replacement I possibly can. I'm trying to think of another word that is similar, but like a dual meaning sort of word, and all I can think of is... I'm thinking of the other definition where it's a balancing object. Okay. Balance. It's balance. Balance tester? It's a balance tester. Yeah. Actually, I need to grab one of those so I can hang my acoustic panels correctly. A seesaw. Yeah, actually a seesaw. A seesaw. Scale. Yeah, I like seesaw. Subtract your current seesaw plus 7 from your experience points. Increase your seesaw by 1. Choose a new advanced move from your class. It's a lever. I mean, it's a seesaw. If you are the wizard, you get to add a new spell to your spell book. Choose one of your stats and increase it by 1. This may change your modifier. Changing your constitution increases your maximum and current hit points. Ability scores can't go higher than 18. And I am out of the danger zone because that word is no longer part of the special maneuver that includes that word. It's not seesaw up. Carouse. When you return triumphant and throw a big party, spend 100 coins and roll +1 for every extra 100 coins spent. On a 10 plus, choose 3. On a 7 through 9, choose 1. On a miss, you still choose 1, but things get really out of hand. The GM will say how. You could befriend a useful NPC. Hear rumors of an opportunity. You gain useful information. You are not entangled, ensorcelled, or tricked. You can only carouse when you return triumphant. That's what draws the crowd of revelers, not the other word, to surround adventurers as they celebrate your latest haul, or their latest haul. If you don't proclaim your success or your failure, then who would want to party with you anyway? You gotta fight for your right to party. From the Beastie Boys. Supply. When you go to buy something with gold on hand, if it's something readily available in the settlement you're in, you can buy it at a market price. If it's something special, mail what's usually available here, or non-mundane, roll plus charisma. On a 10 plus, you find what you're looking for at a fair price. On a 7 through 9, you'll have to pay more or settle for something that's not exactly what you wanted, but close. The GM will tell you what your options are. Seesaw up. Just thinking about, I've been playing Final Fantasy XIV and trying to seesaw my island sanctuary, and there might actually be a seesaw later on. I feel it. I can feel it. There's going to be something like that. There's going to be a playground with a seesaw that I'll only be able to access if I seesaw my island sanctuary, and it's so hard to seesaw it. I'm only at rank is a good word. Rank is a good word. Rank would have been a good replacement, like a non-silly replacement. I'm only rank 5. I don't know what the maximum is. I'm taking it slow. What is it? Kokomo? Yeah. Okay. The next special maneuver is recover. When you do nothing but rest in comfort and safety after a day of rest, you recover all your hit points. After 3 days of rest, you remove one ability of your choice. If you're under the care of a healer, magical or otherwise, you heal a ability for every 2 days of rest instead. Seesaw's more powerful than rank. Yeah. I haven't been on a seesaw in a long time. Actually, has it? Yeah, I guess. Oh! That was a little scary, actually. No more seesaw. Does not have to be synonyms for rank. No, not off the top of my head. I mean, theoretically, the other word just passed. The other word that just passed. It could be a synonym for rank. Is there, like, rank is a noun. Promotion, sort of? Like, promotion, I think, is generally more of a... I guess it is a noun, but it's not quite the same class, you know? If I remembered more words to do with employment, I suppose it'd be more powerful. And speaking of employment, the next special move is recruit. When you put out word that you're looking to hire help, roll +1 if you make it known that your pay is generous. +1 if you make it known what you're setting out to do. +1 if you make it known that they'll get a share of whatever you find. +1 if you have a useful reputation around these parts. On a 10 plus, you've got your pick of a number of skilled applicants. Your choice who you hire, no penalty for not taking them along. On a 7 through 9, you'll have to settle for someone close to what you want or turn them away. On a miss, someone influential and ill-suited declares they'd like to come along. A foolhardy youth, a loose cannon, or a veiled enemy, for example. Bring them and take the consequences or turn them away. If you turn away applicants, you take -1 forward to recruit. It's just thinking about the foolhardy youth. That's a common trope I've seen in shows and also in games too. The person who obviously has way more money and titles. Title is a good word for rank. It's a good synonym, I think. Sort of. Like, it's not 1-to-1, but it's kind of close. But yeah, someone who has more money and titles than sense, trying to get into the game. The next special move is outstanding warrants. When you return to a civilized place in which you've caused trouble before, roll plus charisma. On a 10 plus, a word has spread of your deeds and everyone recognizes you. On a 7 to 9, as above, and the GM chooses the complication. The local constabulary has a warrant out for your arrest. Someone has put a price on your head. Someone important to you has been put in a bad spot as a result of your actions. This move is only for places where you've caused trouble, and not every patch of civilization you enter. Being publicly caught up in someone else's trouble still triggers this move. Civilization generally means the villages, towns, and cities of humans, elves, dwarves, and halflings, but it can also apply to any relatively lawful establishment of monstrous species, such as orcs or goblins. If a PC has stayed in a place as part of the community, it counts as a civilization. And I think we have, yep, just one more special move, and that is Bolster. When you spend your leisure time in study, medication, or hard practice, you gain preparation. If you prepare for a week or more, take 1 preparation. If you prepare for a month or longer, take 3 instead. When your preparation pays off, spend 1 preparation for any +1 to any roll. You can only spend 1 preparation per roll. And next is chapter 5, and this is going to be the end of the section for, like, I guess more... Previously we did rules, and now we're actually getting into character classes. I'm going to do a quick scan forward to see how long each class roughly is. What? Okay. So that was page... It ends on page 89, and it starts on page... 82. So 7 pages. Ish. 83? 83. 6 pages. I know I'm not going to be playing Dungeon World necessarily anytime soon. I almost feel like I should switch over to Pathfinder reading, because that's also supposed to be... I don't want to say open source exactly, but it has another very loose license for reading out loud, I think, relatively. And something for that might be coming up soon, and I've never actually played Pathfinder, either 1st edition or 2nd edition. I have played D&D 3.5, but I also don't necessarily know if I have a firm grasp of the rules necessarily, because I played I've played 2 characters, and they were hyper focused in specific rules. So one of them, I had to learn more about spells, and also about another very specific class-specific rule system. And the other one was a grappler. The other one was a grappler. So, yeah, I don't necessarily have a huge firm grasp of, like, the very basic rules, I suppose. Also because I kind of hindered myself by pre-making a lot of things for myself. So, like, I don't remember off the top of my head how to roll certain things, but I did make myself a lot of macros for rolling things instead. Yeah, especially because I had so many bonuses to the grappling too. I had a lot of queries that had multiple questions. I don't remember them quite off the top of my head right now, but I remember, like, having to ask myself, like, am I in bear form? Yes or no? Do I have this particular... Am I in my barbarian rage while a bear? But part of that was also because Gestalt. Let's see, what was it? Okay. My bubblegum barbarian. Oh yeah, and there was also the question of, like, oh, is it power attack? Am I doing one of the crazy, not crazy, am I doing a sword sage maneuver? Do I have my anaconda grip on, or whatever it was called? No, it wasn't that. It wasn't any of those things. Okay. No. Hopefully, if I start reading the book from the beginning, it will start to make sense. So for Dungeon World, next chapter is not barbarian. I'm so barbarian minded right now. It's bard. They don't actually have a barbarian. I'm gonna quickly go through the classes that they have in Dungeon World. They have the bard, the cleric, the druid, the fighter, the paladin, the ranger, the thief, and the wizard. So no barbarian. I'm wondering if that kind of gets a little bit melded into the fighter, perhaps? Like options for that? My table is perfectly quiet. No, they're a very good audio group. They actually, let me grab up their website. They're like one of the default audio suggestions on Roll20, so you can use their content without having it count against your audio upload limit. But Tabletop Audio produces, they actually have a Patreon too. They produce sounds basically that you can use, ambience and music, and some of it is simply ambience, some of it is simply music, some of it is a mixture, whether it's like ambience and minimal music or just ambience and music, and they have a whole bunch of different types. They do like sci-fi, they do modern stuff, they do historical things. Do you want to make it sound like you're on a tropical island? Do you want to make it sound like you're in a desolate spaceship? Do you want to make it sound like you're in a grand theater? Like that sort of background noise. So and they also have a fairly permissible license as well. So as long as they get credit, which they're on my screen right now with what music. They also have some variations on these as well. But yes, they do allow for even if it's monetized, you can use the Timidity ambiances on it. If you make, I think, a lot of money through streaming or something like that, then you can talk to them about a licensing fee arrangement. But in general, for most people, they understand that it's not like a huge thing. I would highly suggest taking a look at them if you're doing any tabletop work and you want some background music or ambiance to add to the ambiance of your game, or if you're doing something like streaming and just want a little bit of background music while you talk that works with whatever you're talking about. For instance, when I was doing my my sci-fi readings, I had a couple of their pieces there for that. Let's see. But I'm fond of the one that's reading currently, the manuscripts. It's good for when you're reading out loud, especially because otherwise my background noise, if I open my window in a bit, you would probably be able to hear all the crickets. Actually, if I opened it right now, you could probably hear cicadas, and they are loud. These cicadas do not, I want to say they don't fuck around, but it's kind of when they're making those noises, they're actually broadcasting that they're fucking around, aren't they? Like, isn't the cicada cry a mating call? So yeah, the cicadas are fucking around a lot. And again, after that, it's gonna be crickets, and they are so loud as well. I had to exile my cat so that he cannot request the window being open. But speaking of fucking around, we have the bard. The poem says an adventurer's life is all open roads and the glory of coin and combat. A tale told in every farmhand a filled in have to have some ring of truth in them, don't they? The songs to inspire peasantry and royals alike to soothe the savage beast or drive men to a frenzy have to come from somewhere. Enter the bard. You with your smooth tongue and quick wit. You, teller of tales and singer of songs. It takes a mere minstrel to retell a thing, but a true bard to live it. Strap on your boots, noble orator. Sharpen that hidden dagger and take up the call. Someone's got to be there, fighting shoulder to shoulder with the goons and the thugs and the soon-to-be heroes. Who better than you to write the tales of your own heroism? Nobody. Get going. So, out of the book again. We saw this piece already at the very beginning when they were describing the characters, this bit of flavor text. So it looks like each section is going to have a couple bits. So there's names. Elf examples of bard names would be Astrafel, Dalewyn, Veliana, Damara, Sistranel, Pendrel, Meleandre, Dagalier. Human examples would be Baldric, Lena, Dunwick, Willem, Edwin, Florian, Seraphine, Cora, Charlotte, Lily, Ramonde, or Cassandra. And they also have suggested looks. I'm not 100% certain if this is like mandated or if it's just something that you can... By mandated, I mean you can only choose between these general looks or if you can choose adjectives that are not included in here. So for looks, it is choose one of each. For the eyes, you can have knowing eyes, fiery eyes, or joyous eyes. For hair, it's fancy hair, wild hair, or stylish cap. Clothing choices would be finery, traveling clothes, or poor clothes. And for body type, there's fit body, well-fed body, or thin body. The stats, your maximum hit points is 6 plus constitution. Your base damage is d6. And they have a few starting moves, depending on your race. Choose a race and gain the corresponding move. For the elf, the starting move is, when you enter an important location, your call, you can ask the GM for one fact from the history of that location. For a human, it would be, when you first enter civilized settlements, someone who respects the custom of hospitality to minstrels will take you in as their guest. So you get that one starting move, but you also get additional moves to choose from. Oh wait, no, these are the ones that you just simply start with. Arcane Art. When you weave a performance into a basic spell, choose an ally and an effect. Heal 1d8 damage, plus 1d4 forward to damage. Their mind is shaken clear of 1 enchantment. The next time someone successfully assists the target with aid, they get +2 instead of +1. Then roll plus charisma. On a 10+, the ally gets the selected effect. On a 7 through 9, your spell still works, but you draw unwanted attention or your magic reverberates to other targets, affecting them as well. GM's choice. And thank you for the follow, David Velez. And also thank you, Zero Sapphire. Because I turned off the audio, I didn't get the ping, and my screens are a little overlapped, so I actually missed a couple things in here. Give me a second. Wait, let me check. What else did I miss? I also missed the stretch and the water, I think, from Nekoma a while ago, back when I got banned from saying the word level. So I'm gonna do that right now. Oh, wait. Palico is getting in the way. Palico. Okay. Okay. Stretched. And water. Let's get water. This may actually do have water. Usually I have tea, but today it's water for the throat. Okay. Let us go back to the bard then. So they also have, as one of their starting move, Bardic Lore. They can choose an area of expertise: spells and magic, the dead and undead, grand histories of the known world, a bestiary of creatures unusual, the planar spheres, legends of heroes past, gods and their servants. When you first encounter an important creature, location, or item you recall, covered by your bardic lore, you can ask the GM any one question about it. The GM will answer truthfully. The GM may then ask you what tale, song, or legend you heard that information in. They have 2 more starting moves. Charming and open. When you speak frankly with someone, you can ask their player a question from the list below. They must answer it truthfully, then they may ask you a question from the list, which you must answer truthfully. Whom do you serve? What do you wish I would do? How can I get you to blank? What are you really feeling right now? What do you most desire? Now I have a memory surfacing. Actually, I did play, in fact, with a bard in my party the one time I did play this game, and they were a human bard, and I distinctly remember them using that ability once against me. I don't remember what they asked, but I think it was very much a case of well, I think they perhaps were expecting a different answer than the one I gave, but I was trying to play it very much like what you see is what you get. Next special move, the last one that they have, is a port in the storm. When you return to a civilized settlement that you visited before, tell the GM when you were here last. They'll tell you how it's changed since then. And they have 3 choices in alignment. They can be good, perform your art to aid someone else. They could be neutral, avoid a conflict or diffuse a tense situation. And last choice is chaotic, spur others to significant and unplanned decisive action. The sidebar for this section is, "By all means," cried the bard, his eyes lighting up. "A flam to the rescue. Storm the castle. Carry it by assault and batter down the gates." And this is from the Book of 3. I don't actually know what the Book of 3 is. And then we have gear, which has another sidebar. And this one, I think, okay, I feel like I cannot do this one justice, the sidebar, because it is, I think, a quote from a song that I don't know. What can this strange device be? And when I touch it, it gives forth a sound. It's got wires that vibrate and give music. What can this thing be that I found? And that's from the band Rush. 2112? Or is it 2112? I don't know how that song is pronounced. I know the band Rush. That's why I know that this is a song, but I don't know the song. I think I only actually know one Rush song. Maybe 2. So, gear for the bard. Your load is 9 plus strength. You have dungeon rations, 5 uses, 1 weight. Choose 1 instrument. All are 0 weight for you. Your father's mandolin, repaired. A fine lute, a gift from a noble. The pipes with which you courted your first love. A stolen horn. A fiddle never before played. A songbook in a forgotten tongue. Choose your clothing. Leather armor, 1 weight. Ostentatious clothes, 0 weight. Choose your armament. Dueling rapier, close, precise, 2 weight. Worn bow, near, 2 weight. Bundle of arrows, 3 ammo, 1 weight. And short sword, close, 1 weight. So the dueling rapier is one armament, and the other armament is the bow, arrows, and short sword combo. Choose one. Adventuring gear, which is 1 weight. Bandages, 0 weight. Halfling pipe leaf, 0 weight. And 3 coins. So even here, halflings are just little stoners, huh? Though, thinking back on it, the one game that I played with a character who was the most following that stereotype, I think it was actually a dwarf. I think. It's been a while. Bonds. Fill in the name of one of your companions in with at least one. The first bond is, this is not my first adventure with blank. I sing stories of blank long before I ever met them in person. Blank is often the butt of my jokes. I am writing a ballad about the adventures of blank. Blank trusted me with a secret. Blank does not trust me, and for good reason. Advanced moves. When you gain a level from 2 to 5, choose one, or rather, choose from these moves. They don't specify that you choose only one, but I'm going to guess you probably only choose one at a time. Healing Song. When you heal with Arcane Art, you heal plus 1d8 damage. Vicious Cacophony. When you grant bonus damage with Arcane Art, you grant an extra plus 1d4 damage. Poor blank. Bro, you don't even know. Bards. I remember some of the bonds. Blank is gonna get screwed by all these different classes. It goes to 11. When you unleash a crazed performance, a righteous lute solo, or the mighty brass blast, maybe, choose a target who can hear you and roll plus charisma. On a 10 plus, the target attacks their nearest ally in range. On a 7 through 9, they attack their nearest ally, but you also draw their attention and ire. And none of you are going to get that it goes to 11, are you? Metal Hurlant. When you shout with great force or play a shattering note, choose a target and roll plus con. On a 10 plus, the target takes 1d10 damage and is deafened for a few minutes. On a 7 through 9, you still damage your target, but it's out of control. The GM will choose an additional target nearby. Wow, okay, they really went quite heavy with some of the not heavy, but they went, just making some of these be movie references. A little help from my friends. When you successfully aid someone, you take plus 1 forward as well. Eldritch Tones. Your arcane art is strong, allowing you to choose 2 effects instead of 1. Duelist's Parry. When you hack and slash, you take plus 1 armor forward. Bamboozle. When you parlay with someone, on 7 plus, you also take plus 1 forward with them. Multi-class Dabbler. Get 1 move from another class. Treat your level as 1 lower for choosing the move. Multi-class Initiate. Get 1 move from another class. Treat your level as 1 lower for choosing the move. When you gain a level from 6 through 10, choose from these moves or the level 2 to 5 moves. Healing Chorus. It replaces Healing Song. When you heal with Arcane Art, you heal plus 2d8 damage. Vicious Blast replaces Vicious Cacophony. When you grant bonus damage with Arcane Art, you grant an extra plus 2d4 damage. Unforgettable Face. When you meet someone you've met before, your call, after some time apart, you take plus 1 forward against them. Reputation. When you first meet someone who's heard songs about you, roll plus charisma. On a 10 plus, tell the GM 2 things they've heard about you. On a 7 through 9, tell the GM 1 thing they've heard, and the GM tells you 1 thing. Eldritch Chord replaces Eldritch Tones. When you use an Arcane Art, you choose 2 effects. You also get to choose one of those effects to double. An Ear for Magic. When you hear an enemy cast a spell, the GM will tell you the name of the spell and its effects. Take +1 forward when acting on the answers. Devious. When you use Charming and Open, you may also ask, how are you vulnerable to me? Your subject may not ask this question of you. Wow. Duelist's Block replaces Duelist's Parry. And when you hack and slash, you take +2 armor forward. Con replaces Bamboozle. When you parlay with someone, on 7+, you also take +1 forward with them and get to ask the player one question which they must answer truthfully. Multi-class Master. Get one move from another class. Treat your level as one lower for choosing the move. Just looking at like the Dabbler, multi-class Dabbler versus Initiate versus Master. So I suppose you're only allowed at maximum to take 3 moves from another class, and even though it's the same text for each one, you're only allowed to take any one move once, so that's how they kind of get around it. Oh, I'm gonna take the post-it note off. Next one, that's the end of the bard. So that's all you need to play a bard. It's a relatively small list of moves, but considering you only get 1 move per level up and you're not necessarily expected to go very far, like maximum is what, level 10? I suppose, let's see, 1, 2. There's always going to be something left out, so a bit more carefully crafted. I feel like the bards are not going to be nearly as similar as they would be in perhaps some other games. Let me check something real quick. Oh, I don't have a cooldown on that. I'm going to do a cooldown. Oh, actually, yeah. We're switching that up a little bit. Let's see. So the next class is it looks like a cleric. It's got a dwarf. Yeah, it's a cleric. The image here. Okay. So for the cleric, the lands of Dungeon World are God's forsaken mess. They're lousy with the walking dead, beasts of all sorts, and the vast unnatural spaces between safe and temple-blessed civilizations. It is a godless world out there. That's why it needs you. Bringing the glory of your God to the heathens isn't just in your nature, it's your calling. It falls to you to proselytize with sword and mace and spell, to cleave deep into the witless heart of the wilds and plant the seed of divinity there. Some say that it is best to keep God close to your heart. I know that's rubbish. God lives at the edge of a blade. Show the world who is Lord. The writing kind of makes it sound a bit more like a paladin, doesn't it? So for cleric, you're limited to dwarf and human. I think all the classes have the human race available. So dwarf cleric names would be Durga, Aelfar, Gerda, Vergosh, Bjorn, Drummond, Helga, Sigrun, Freya. Human names suggested are Wesley, Brenton, John, Sarah, Hawthorne, Elise, Clark, Lenore, Piotr, Dahlia, Carmine. And for looks, again, not certain if this is limited or if these are simply suggested. So for looks, eyes, there are kind eyes, sharp eyes, or sad eyes. For hair, there's tonsure, strange hair, or bald. For clothing, there's flowing robes, habit, or common garb. And for body type, there's thin body, knobby body, or flabby body. For stats, the cleric has maximum hit points of 8 plus constitution, and their base damage is again d6. Starting moves. So the racial starting move for the dwarf is you are one with stone. When you commune, you are also granted a special version of Words of the Unspeaking as a rote, which only works on stone. I'm gonna look up Words of the Unspeaking real quick, because it has to be down here. Advanced moves? No. There's so many of these. Let's see. No, it's not in the spell section, and I don't see it here. Yeah. I don't know what Words of the Unspeaking are. I'm gonna look that up real quick, because I think it's important to know. Actually, wait. If I just... We're on page... Remember this. We're on page 92. Okay. Wow, Words of the... Okay, that's why I didn't see it. Words of the Unspeaking is a level 5 spell. With a touch, you speak to the spirits within things. The non-living object you touch answers 3 questions you pose, at best it can. Okay, so they have a special Speak with Stone option. So they get kind of I don't want to say a free spell, but they get an early spell, an early 5th level spell. Limited, but again, 5th level, even if it only works on stone. The starting move for the human is, your faith is diverse. Choose one wizard spell. You can cast and be granted that spell as if it were a cleric spell. Okay, I guess that's how they get around it. Deity. Or rather, you start with these moves. Deity is the first move. You serve and worship some deity or power which grants you spells. Give your god a name, maybe Helfirth, Succulus, Zorica, or Krugon the Bleak, and choose your deity's domain. Healing and restoration, bloody conquest, civilization, knowledge and hidden things, the downtrodden and forgotten, what lies beneath. Choose one precept of your religion. Your religion preaches the sanctity of suffering. Add petition, suffering. Your religion is cultish and insular. Add petition, gaining secrets. Your religion has important sacrificial rites. Add petition, offering. Your religion believes in trial by combat. Add petition, personal victory. There's a sidebar for this. I don't know what the common perception of this voice is either. I've heard so many different things about it. Valor pleases you, Crom, so grant me one request. Grant me revenge. And if you do not listen, then the hell with you. Said Conan from Conan the Barbarian. Just associating Conan with clerics. I do know, I guess, like some of the common perceptions of Conan, if he were a character, would be, like he's not actually a barbarian. He's much more clever than that, is what I believe the perception is. But I've never read a Conan or seen a Conan property. I've not consumed Conan media. Not that Conan, anyway. Conan the detective a little bit, not the barbarian. Divine guidance. When you petition your deity according to the precept of your religion, you are granted some useful knowledge or boon related to your deity's domain. The GM will tell you what. In the comics, he's more roguish. That kind of makes sense. Does he have any magical properties too? Because I swear that like either giving him a little bit of like not wizard, but like maybe a bit more like sorcerer thief, or was it just like fighter thief kind of properties? Maybe not thief, but in this case it would be thief in Dungeon World because there's no such thing as a rogue, just a thief. Let's see. Turn undead. When you hold your holy symbol aloft and call on your deity for protection, roll plus wisdom. On a 7+, so long as you continue to pray and brandish your holy symbol, no undead may come within reach of you. On a 10+, you also momentarily daze intelligent undead and cause mindless undead to flee. Aggression breaks the effects, and they are able to act as normal. Intelligent undead may still find ways to harry you from afar. They're clever like that. Thank you for the follow, XX Ramirez? XXX Ramirez. I hope that's how it's pronounced. Okay. Next special move is Commune. When you spend uninterrupted time, an hour or so, in quiet communion with your deity, you lose any spells already granted to you. Are granted new spells of your choice whose total levels don't exceed your own level +1, and none of which is a higher level than your own level. Just thinking how much worse that would be out of the book to say, whose total seesaws don't exceed your own seesaw +1, and none of which is a higher seesaw than your own seesaw. Seesaw. Prepare all your roads, which never count against your limits. I remember Commune being a little rough, I think, with the levels and the roads. It took a couple of read-throughs to fully understand how it all worked. The last proper special maneuver or special move you have is Cast a Spell. When you unleash a spell granted to you by your deity, roll plus wisdom. On a 10+, the spell is successfully cast and your deity does not revoke the spell, so you may cast it again. On a 7 through 9, the spell is cast, but choose one. You draw unwelcome attention or put yourself in a spot. The GM will tell you how. Your casting distances you from your deity. Take -1 on going to cast a spell until the next time you commune. After you cast it, the spell is revoked by your deity. You cannot cast the spell again until you commune and have it granted to you. Note that maintaining spells with ongoing effects will sometimes cause a penalty to your roll to cast a spell. And they have a sidebar for this as well. Again, another thing that I haven't actually really seen, so I don't know how it sounds. It's not about making sense. It's about believing in something and letting that belief be real enough to change your life. It's about faith. You don't fix faith, River. It fixes you. Shepherd book. Firefly. I remember when Firefly was coming out and I tried to start it, but the very copy I received was corrupted, so I skipped over it. I couldn't watch it. It was too poor quality and too glitchy. Back when sharing things on CDs was a more popular option. CD is not quite... Oh, actually, yeah. I would say it was a CD. It's not like everyone had DVD burners at home. Alignment. Choose an alignment. Good. Endanger yourself to heal another. Lawful. Endanger yourself following the precepts of your church or god. Evil. Harm another to prove the superiority of your church or god. Gear. Your load is 10+ strength. You can carry dungeon rations, 5 uses, 1 weight, and some symbol of the divine. Describe it. 0 weight. Choose your defenses. Chainmail. 1 armor, 1 weight. Shield, +1 armor, 2 weight. Choose your armament. Warhammer, which is close, 1 weight. Mace, close, 1 weight. Staff, close, 2-handed, 1 weight. And bandages, 0 weight. Choose one. Adventuring gear, 1 weight. And dungeon rations, 5 uses, 1 weight. Healing potion, 0 weight. And now for the bonds. Fill in the name of one of your companions and at least one. Blank has insulted my deity. I do not trust them. Blank is a good and faithful person. I trust them implicitly. Blank is in constant danger. I will keep them safe. I am working on converting blank to my faith. Just what the party wants. Someone who is actively trying to convert the others. Everyone wants a Mormon in their party. Actually, is it Mormons? I guess it would be Mormons. Or Jehovah's Witnesses. Advanced moves. When you gain a level from 2 through 5, choose from these moves. Chosen one. Choose one spell. You are granted that spell as if it was 1 level lower. Invigorate. When you heal someone, they take +2 forward to their damage. The scale of life and death. When someone takes their last breath in your presence, they take +1 to the roll. Serenity. When you cast a spell, you ignore the first -1 penalty from ongoing spells. First aid. Cure light wounds is a rote for you, and therefore doesn't count against your limit of granted spells. Divine intervention. When you commune, you get 1 hold and lose any hold you previously had. Spend that hold when you or an ally takes damage to call on your deity. They intervene with an appropriate manifestation, a sudden gust of wind, a lucky slip, a burst of light, and negate that damage. Penitent. When you take damage and embrace the pain, you may take +1d4 damage, ignoring armor. If you do, take +1 forward to cast a spell. And power. When you cast a spell on a 10+, you have the option of choosing from the 7 through 9 list. If you do, you may choose one of these effects as well. The spell's effects are doubled. The spell's targets are doubled. Just thinking. Like, the 7 through 9... just knowing that the spell's effects or the targets are doubled is actually really juicy for that. Because otherwise it really sucks when you cast a spell and it either fizzles out, which would be the 6 or lower, and like 7 through 9 is not the worst, but it's always kind of a little bit of a disappointment, you know? Orison for guidance. When you sacrifice something of value to your deity and pray for guidance, your deity tells you what it would have you do. If you do it, mark experience. Divine protection. When you wear no armor or shield, you get 2 armor. Huh. My God protects me. Jesus, take the wheel. Devoted healer. When you heal someone else with damage, add your level to the amount of damage healed. When you gain a level from 6 through 10, choose from these moves or the level 2 through 5 moves. Anointed, which requires chosen one. Choose one spell in addition to the one you picked for the chosen one, or for chosen one. You are granted that spell as if it were one level lower. Apotheosis. The first time you spend time in prayer as appropriate to your god after taking this move, choose a feature associated with your deity: rending claws, wings of sapphire feathers, an all-seeing third eye, etc. When you emerge from prayer, you permanently gain that physical feature. Reaper. When you take time after a conflict to dedicate your victory to your deity and deal with the dead, take +1 forward. Providence replaces serenity. You ignore the -1 penalty from 2 spells you maintain. Greater first aid. Requires first aid. Cure moderate wounds is a rote for you, and therefore doesn't count against your limit of granted spells. Divine invincibility replaces divine intervention. When you commune, you gain 2 hold and lose any hold you already had. Spend that hold when you or an ally takes damage to call upon your deity, who intervenes with an appropriate manifestation: a sudden gust of wind, a lucky slip, a burst of light, and negates the damage. Martyr replaces Penitent. When you take damage and embrace the pain, you may take plus 1d4 damage, ignoring armor. If you do, take plus 1 forward to cast a spell and add your level to any damage done or healed by the spell. Divine Armor replaces Divine Protection. When you wear no armor or shield, you get free armor. Greater in Power. When you cast a spell on a 10 through 11, you have the option of choosing from the 7 to 9 list. If you do, you may choose one of these effects as well. On 12 plus, you get to choose one of these effects for free. That's really cool. That's really cool. Granted, you have to get a 12 plus in order to get it for free, but still. I guess it really depends on what kind of cleric you plan to build. Multi-class Dabbler. Get one move from another class. Treat your level as one lower for choosing the move. So you have quite a bit of options here, depending on how you want to play your cleric. Are they the, like, ooh, I just want a heal type, or are they the coming and swinging with heavy armor and eating the pain to increase their abilities? Choices. Cleric spells. There are rotes, and that's the kind of like cantrips in a way. They're not like, they don't describe them as 0 level spells, but they are basic, very basic things. Every time you commune, you gain access to all your rotes without having to select them or count them towards your allotment of spells. So all clerics have access to these. Light. An item you touch glows with divine light, about as bright as a torch. It gives off no heat or sound and requires no fuel, but is otherwise like a mundane torch. You have complete control of the color of the flame. The spell lasts as long as it is in your presence. Sanctify. Food or water you hold in your hands while you cast a spell is consecrated by your deity. In addition to now being holy or unholy, the affected substance is purified of any mundane spoilage. Guidance is another rote. The symbol of your deity appears before you and gestures towards the direction or course of action your deity would have you take, then disappears. The message is through the gesture only. Your communication through the spell is severely limited. How many spells are there? Let's see. There's 1st level, 3rd level, 5th level, 7th, and 9th. Okay. So there's 1, 2, 3. There's 5 pages of spells for the cleric. Bless is an ongoing spell. Level 1. Okay. I'll specify. These are all level 1 spells. Bless. Your deity smiles upon a combatant of your choice. They take +1 ongoing so long as battle continues and they stand and fight. While the spell is ongoing, you take -1 to cast a spell. Cure light wounds. At your touch, wounds scab and bones cease to ache. Heal an ally you touch of 1d8 damage. Detect alignment. When you cast the spell, choose an alignment. Good, evil, lawful, or chaotic. One of your senses is briefly able to detect that alignment. The GM will tell you what here is of that alignment. I know this is not a 5e thing anymore, but it was in previous editions. Something a bit more similar to the spell and how here there are some classes that are limited in their alignment, so theoretically there could be a class where you cannot actually be good. Like, there's just no choice. The class was not made. It was not built for you to be good. And I distinctly remember detect alignment being an important thing in a mixed party, and it was used at least twice. Cause fear. Choose a target you can see and a nearby object. Oh, this is ongoing too. The target is afraid of the object so long as you maintain the spell. Their reaction is up to them. Flee, panic, beg, fight. While this spell is ongoing, you take -1 to cast a spell. You cannot target entities with less than animal intelligence, magical constructs, undead, automatons, and the like. Magic weapon. The weapon you hold while casting does +1d4 damage until you dismiss the spell. While the spell is ongoing, you take -1 to cast a spell. Sanctuary. As you cast the spell, you walk the perimeter of an area, consecrating it to your deity. As long as you stay within that area, you are alerted whenever someone acts with malice within the sanctuary, including entering with harmful intent. And anyone who receives healing within a sanctuary heals 1d4 damage. Or hit points. Hit points. They heal 1d4 hit points. Although, just thinking, like they mentioned before something about like healing damage, and here it's more healing hit points, so Context. Speak with Dead is the last first level spell. A corpse converses with you briefly. It will answer any 3 questions you pose to it to the best of the knowledge it had in life and the knowledge it gained in death. And third level spells. Animate Dead is the first level 3 spell, and it is ongoing. You invoke a hungry spirit to possess a recently dead body and serve you. This creates a zombie that follows your orders to the best of its limited abilities. Treat the zombie as a character, but with access to only the basic moves. It has a +1 modifier for all stats and 1 hit point. The zombie also gets your choice of 1d4 of these traits. It's talented. Give 1 stat a +2 modifier. It's durable. It has +2 hit points for each level you have. It has a functioning brain and can complete complex tasks. It does not appear obviously dead, at least for a day or 2. In general, the zombie lasts until it is destroyed by taking damage in excess of its hit points, or until you end the spell. While the spell is ongoing, you take -1 to cast a spell. Next one is Cure Moderate Wounds. You staunch bleeding and set bones through magic. Heal an ally you touch of 2d8 damage. Darkness. Ongoing. Choose an area you can see. It's filled with supernatural darkness and shadow. While the spell is ongoing, you take -1 to cast a spell. Resurrection. Tell the GM you would like to resurrect a corpse whose soul has not yet fully departed this world. Resurrection is always possible, but the GM will tell you, or the GM will give you 1 or more, possibly all of these conditions to fulfill. It's going to take days/weeks/months. You must get help from blank. It will require a lot of money. You must sacrifice a blank to do it. The GM may, depending on the circumstances, allow you to restrict the corpse now, with the understanding that the conditions must be met before it's permanent, or require you to meet the conditions before the corpse is resurrected. Did I say restrict the corpse? I meant resurrect the corpse. Hold person. Choose a person you can see. Until you cast a spell or leave their presence, they cannot act except to speak. This effect ends immediately if the target takes damage from any source. Thank you for the follow. Peter Hooks? Peter Hooks. Revelation. Your deity... Oh, sorry, these are 5th level spells. Your deity answers your prayers with a moment of perfect understanding. The GM will shed light on the current situation. When acting on the information, you take +1 forward. Cure critical wounds. Heal an ally you touch of 3d8 damage. Divination. Name a person, place, or thing you want to learn about. Your deity grants you visions of the target as clear as if you were there. Contagion. Ongoing. Choose a creature you can see. Until you end the spell, the target suffers from a disease of your choice. While the spell is ongoing, you take -1 to cast a spell. Words of the Unspeaking. With a touch, you speak to the spirits within things. The non-living object you touch answers 3 questions you pose as best it can. Oh, we covered that one because that is what the dwarf gets. So, yeah. True seeing. Your vision is open to the true nature of everything you lay your eyes on. You pierce illusions and see things that have been hidden. The GM will describe the area before you, ignoring any illusions and falsehoods, magical or otherwise. While this spell is ongoing, you take -1 to cast a spell. And the last 5th level spell is Trap Soul. Actually, I'm going to real quick run back to the beginning of this just to see what were the options for alignment here. Good, lawful, or evil. Okay. Okay, that would explain a few things. That would definitely explain a few things. You trap a soul, or the next one is trap soul. You trap the soul of a dying creature within a gem. The trapped creature is aware of its imprisonment, but can still be manipulated through spells, parlay, and other effects. All moves against the trapped creature are at +1. You can free the soul at any time, but it can never be recaptured once free. 7th level spells. Word of Recall. Choose a word. The first time after casting the spell that you speak the chosen word, you and any allies touching you when you cast the spell are immediately returned to the exact spot where you cast the spell. You can only maintain a single location. Casting Word of Recall again before speaking the word replaces the earlier spell. That's actually really cool. I mean, I know that there are similar spells in other places as well, but basically a immediate escape rope is good. Heal. Touch an ally and you may heal their damage a number of points up to their maximum hit points. A full heal. Okay. Harm. Touch an enemy and strike them with Divine Wrath. Deal 2d8 damage to them and 1d6 damage to yourself. This damage ignores armor. Sever. Ongoing. Choose an appendage on the target such as an arm, tentacle, or wing. The appendage is magically severed from their body, causing no damage but considerable pain. Missing an appendage may, for example, keep a winged creature from flying or a bull from goring you on its horns. While this spell is ongoing, you take -1 to cast a spell. I suppose, like in this question, does that mean, in this case, when the spell is broken, the wing or horn reattaches itself? That... Yeah, I think that would be the interpretation, wouldn't it? So it's good for temporarily stopping something from happening. But I guess that's also actually really useful if you're planning on trying to like sell the whole body to somewhere. Because imagine being able to sever like a wyvern's wing or a dragon's wing or something like that. And then using sever here, and then once the spell is gone, the creature's dead. Sure, it has the other theoretical wounds, but that wing will still be attached, and that probably makes it a little bit more valuable if you're selling it to someone who perhaps is, I don't know, like running a museum. Could be a lot of things. Oh, it sounds like there's something going on outside. Hold on one moment. Not a good sound. Not a good sound. But it's past. It's past. It sounded like there was some trouble down the road. Mark of Death. Choose a creature whose true name you know. This spell creates permanent runes on its target surface that will kill that creature should they read them. Control weather. Pray for rain or sun, wind, or snow. Within a day or so, your god will answer. The weather will change according to your will and last a handful of days. And there is a sidebar for this. I'll give you a winter prediction. It's going to be cold, it's going to be gray, and it's going to last the rest of your life. Phil from Groundhog Day. I should rewatch that. It's been a very long time. A very, very long time. Actually, just thinking, like, I might even count it in decades. Ninth level. Just thinking, actually, like, he's supposed to have gone through, well, how to put it, like, do I spoiler it? It's been out for so long. You should know what the premise is very, very roughly. Just that movie lasts for theoretical years, decades, perhaps even longer, depending on how torturous you want to be with it. 9th level spell. Storm of Vengeance. Your deity brings the unnatural weather to your choice to pass. A rain of blood or acid, clouds of souls, wind that carries away buildings, or any other weather you can imagine. Ask and it shall come. Repair. Choose one event in the target's past. All effects of that event, including damage, poison, disease, and magical effects, are ended and repaired. Hit points and diseases are healed. Poisons are neutralized. Magic effects are ended. Divine Presence. Ongoing. Every creature must ask your leave to enter your presence, and you must give permission aloud for them to enter. Any creature without your leave takes an extra 1d10 damage whenever they take damage in your presence. While the spell is ongoing, you take -1 to cast a spell. Consume unlife. The mindless undead creature you touch is destroyed, and you steal its death energy to heal yourself or the next ally you touch. The amount of damage healed is equal to the hit points that the creature had remaining before you destroyed it. Plague. Ongoing. This is the last cleric spell in the book. Name a city, town, encampment, or other place where people live. As long as the spell is active, that place is beset by a plague appropriate to your deity's domains. Locusts, death of the firstborn, etc. While the spell is ongoing, you take -1 to cast a spell. Okay, the next one is we're done with the cleric. Actually, I'm going to take a very quick break so I can grab some more water. Let me... After that, it's going to be the druid. Maybe I will do the druid, then the fighter. God. It doesn't really feel like it's very long, you know? But at the same time, like I covered about 70 pages before, and that was a long bit of time, and now I'm only up to like 105, I guess? Yeah, about 105. How many pages is that? Like 105 minus 74. It's like 30 pages. But yeah, I'm going to get a quick drink, and I will be right back. Visitor cat, and I don't know where she's going to settle. If she's going, oh, she's settling. Okay, it's a little worrisome. She is the kind who will come up and make herself very comfortable, which would make me uncomfortable. And also, she's a little. She's a little special, so sometimes she can hurt herself in her comfort, falling off of things. So I have to be a bit more careful of her in general. But let's see. I have my drink, everything's fine, and we are ready to start on the Druid section. The Druid. Cast your eyes around the fire. What has brought you to these people, stinking of the dust and sweat of the city? Perhaps it is kindness. Do you protect them as the mother bear watches over her cubs? Are they your pack now? Strange brothers and sisters you have. Whatever your inspiration, they would certainly fail without your sharp senses and sharper claws. You are of the sacred spaces. You are born of soil and wear the mark of her spirits on your skin. You may have had a life before. Maybe you were a city dweller like them, but not now. You've given up that static shape. Listen to your allies pray to their carved stone gods and polish their silver shells. They speak of the glory they'll find back in that festering town you left behind. Their gods are children. Their steel is false protection. You walk the old ways. You wear the pelts of the earth itself. You'll take your share of the treasure. But will you ever walk as one of them? Only time will tell. So you have 3 options, it looks like, for race as a druid. You could be an elf with a name like Hicarax, Ethanwe, Sinethel, Demanor, Menelier, Mithralon, Teros, Aegor. Or you could be a halfling with a name like Tanner, Dunstan, Rose, Ivy, Robert, Mab, Thistle, Puck, Anne, Sarah. Or you could be a human with a name like Elana, Obolus, Heron, Scylla, Andana, Siobhan, Aziz, Pelin, Sybil, Nils, Orway. And your look choices. For eyes, there are wise eyes, wild eyes, or haunting eyes. Hair, you have the option of furry hood, messy hair, or braided hair. And for clothing, there is ceremonial garb, practical leathers, or withered hides. They don't have a body type for this. That's a little surprising. I think this is the first one we've had with that without that option. For stats, your maximum hit points is 6 plus Constitution. Your base damage is D6. Real quick, I'm gonna check back. Like the previous one, the Cleric was also D6. Was the Bard also? I'm pretty certain the Bard was also D6. Let's see. Yeah, they're all D6 so far. Starting moves. Choose a race and gain the corresponding move. Sorry, this is a little bit not organized like before. Elf. The sap of the elder trees flows within you. In addition to any other attunements, the Great Forest is always considered your land. Human. As your people learn to bind animals to field and farm, so too are you bound to them. You may always take the shape of any domesticated animal in addition to your normal options. Hello, Priestessin. How are you doing? It's going well. Going through Dungeon World, and I am about 106 pages in to a 410-page book. And I'm working my way through the classes right now, and right now we're at Druid. And I have 2 felines for company tonight. I have a palico, a rather large palico in a seat next to me, and then I have another cat who's thankfully being a very good girl tonight and just hanging out. No crying yet. So the Druid starting moves for the race. If you're a halfling, you sing the healing songs of Spring and Brook. When you make camp, you and your allies heal plus 1d6. You start with these moves. Born of the soil. You learned your magic in a place whose spirits are strong and ancient, and they've marked you as one of their own. No matter where you go, they live within you and allow you to take their shape. Choose one of the following. It is the land to which you are attuned. When shape-shifting, you may take the shape of any animal who might live in your forest. Or in your lands, not forest. Forest makes sense. It's like 3 or 4 words later. So, any animal who might live in your land. Some of the example lands are the great forests, the whispering plains, the vast desert, the stinking mire, the river delta, the depths of the earth, the sapphire islands, the open sea, the towering mountains, the frozen north, the blasted wasteland. Choose a tell, a physical attribute that marks you as born of the soil, that reflects the spirit of your land. It may be an animal feature like antlers or leopard spots, or something more general, hair like leaves or eyes of glittering crystal. Your tell remains no matter what shape you take. The next one is by nature sustained. You don't need to eat or drink. If a move tells you to mark off a ration, just ignore it. I'm just going to double check that these are the moves that you just normally start with. Okay, that's really cool. The fact that you just don't need to eat or drink. Man, that makes a druid extremely useful. Spirit tongue. The grunts, barks, chirps, and calls of the creatures of the wild are as language to you. You can understand any animal native to your land or akin to one whose essence you have studied. Shapeshifter. When you call upon the spirits to change your shape, roll plus wisdom. On a 10+, hold 3. On a 7 through 9, hold 2. On a miss, hold 1 in addition to whatever the GM says. You may take on the physical form of any species whose essence you have studied or who lives in your land, you and your possessions meld into a perfect copy of the species form. You have any innate abilities and weaknesses of the form. Claws, wings, gills, breathing water instead of air. You still use your normal stats, but some moves may be harder to trigger. A house cat will find it hard to do battle with an ogre. The GM will also tell you of one or more moves associated with your new form. Spend 1 hold to make that move. Once you're out of hold, you return to your natural form. At any time, you may spend all your hold and revert to your natural form. Thank you for the follow. Smack in the cheeks. Die. Let's see, studied essence. When you spend time in contemplation of an animal's spirit, you may add its species to those you can assume using shape shifting. And there's a sidebar for this. And this is not a quote. This is just kind of a, I guess, an actual sidebar on the ruling. Animal moves just say what the animal naturally does, like call the pack, trample them, or escape to the air. When you spend your hold, your natural instinct kicks in and that move happens. If you spend hold to escape to the air, that's it. You're away and on the wing. So you have 3 alignments available as a druid. You can be chaotic, destroy a symbol of civilization. Good, help someone or something grow. Or neutral, eliminate an unnatural menace. For gear, your load is 6+ strength. You carry some token of your land. Describe it. Choose your defenses. Hide armor, 1 armor, 1 weight. Wooden shield, +1 armor, 1 weight. Choose your armament, not alignment. Your alignment doesn't determine your gear. Choose your armament. Shillelagh, close, 2 weight. Staff, close, 2-handed, 1 weight. Or spear, close, thrown, near, 1 weight. What is the difference between a shillelagh and a staff? Like, what exactly is a shillelagh? Like, isn't it just a... Oh, okay. Okay. I think a couple of my relatives have those. Not exactly officially. Or rather, so I guess you would describe it as like a shorter walking stick. Like a more proper walking stick with like a bulb at the end. And I've had a few relatives who have those, and I think they were more so used when they went on walks in the fields. And perhaps when they went on walks into the bogs. I could see it being very useful for testing purposes. versus a staff, which would be, I assume, much larger. Yeah. And I think usually a staff is well, based on the images, it usually looks more man-made than a shillelagh. But I would think like a shillelagh would just count as kind of like a subset of staff, perhaps. I like the look of the shillelagh, though. But I don't know if it's exactly for me. Not quite my style. Choose one. Adventuring gear, 1 weight. Poultices and herbs, 2 uses, 1 weight. Halfling leaf pipe, which is 0 weight. Or 3 antitoxin, 0 weight. So this wasn't the only one that had that leaf pipe, wasn't it? Just the... Did the cleric have halfling leaf pipe? Let's see. No, they didn't have it. Was it the bard who had leaf pipe then? Yeah, okay, so the cleric doesn't get any weed, but the bard and the druid definitely do. Okay, I see where this is angled at. I'm sorry, pipe leaf. Halfling pipe leaf, not weed. Bonds. Fill in the name of one of your companions and at least one. Blank smells more like prey than a hunter. The spirits spoke to me of a great danger that follows blank. I have showed blank a secret right of the land. Blank has tasted my blood and I theirs. We are bound by it. Oh, there's only 4. Do they all have only 4 options? I wonder. A real quick check. Okay. Cleric had... Oh, there we go. Someone is making demands. Bonds, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So the bard had 6 options. The cleric has 4 options. And the druid also had 4 options. Okay. So the bard, I guess because they're simply such a people person. Okay. And for advanced moves they have available, when you gain a level from 2 through 5, choose from these moves. Hunter's Brother. Choose 1 move from the Ranger class list. Red of Tooth and Claw. When you are in an inappropriate animal form, something dangerous, increase your damage to D8. Does it say inappropriate? I meant appropriate animal form. When you are in inappropriate animal form. Inappropriate. Hello, Sumi. Yes. I put up an emote wall. I saw someone else do it. I thought, oh, that could be cute. So I have it set for now. Communion of Whispers. When you spend time in a place and making note of its resonant spirits and calling on the spirits of the land, roll plus whiz. You will be granted a vision of significance to you, your allies, and the spirits around you. On a 10+, the vision will be clear and helpful to you. On a 7 through 9, the vision is unclear, its meaning murky. On a miss, the vision is upsetting, frightening, or traumatizing. The GM will describe it. Take 1 forward. Barkskin. So long as your feet touch the ground, you have +1 armor. Oh, those are always a little tricky, though. Like the ones where it's a definition like that. I guess tricky isn't quite the right word, but then it makes it a little rough if you're talking about how, like, you leap into the air to do an attack, and once you're no longer touching the ground, that's it, right, for your armor. And I think especially with this game where you can get counterattacked while you're attacking, like that description can become hurtful. So something that was once more like fluff mechanically affects the game. So you just have to be worried about it based on these sorts of things. I know this because I once played a character who did that same exact thing. They had something that only really worked when they were touching the ground. And it made it really hard to do a few moves. Can't be a flying bear if you're supposed to be touching the ground. Eyes of the Tiger. When you mark an animal with mud, dirt, or blood, you can see through that animal's eyes as if they were your own, no matter what distance separates you. Only one animal at a time may be marked in this way. Shed. When you take damage while shapeshifted, you may choose to revert to your natural form to negate the damage. So shrug it off. You can shrug it off. And for Eyes of the Tiger, I wonder, again, the case of like, what happens if it rains? Can the mark be rubbed off through natural means? What about unnatural means? Questions, questions, questions. Thing Talker. You see the spirits in the sand, the sea, and the stone. You may now apply your spirit tongue, shape-shifting and studied essence to inanimate and natural objects, plants and rocks, or creatures made thereof, as well as animals. Thing Talker forms can be exact copies or can be mobile, vaguely humanoid-shaped entities. Thank you for the pets. Form Crafter. When you shape-shift, choose a stat. You take +1 ongoing to rolls using that stat while shifted. The GM will choose a stat too. You take -1 ongoing to rolls using that stat while shifted. I'm going to be very quickly right back. There is someone who is drilling outside the door. He is absolutely upset that he is not being included in here. He's actually got some like really cool trills going on. I swapped cats. Girl cat left and boy cat came in. Or rather, I suppose boy cat came in, so girl cat vacated. And he is in her spot, and he is sniffing, and he is chotomat. I think. They would have to be very, very, very evil to do so. I feel like maybe I should make that a higher price now. It would probably be harder to... Okay, water. It would be harder to do... like, if it weren't for the fact that I'm reading. Actually, maybe reading makes it easier. Because then I can just... think ahead a little bit about it, as opposed to if I'm speaking out loud, where just, you know, words popping out of head into mouth. The filter, the great filter, or rather, a great filter. Just every instance of the becomes a. Makes it sound like I don't know English if I say a instead of the. They're both participles. Is that the right word? I don't remember. I wonder, I could just like, I could replace with one in a different language, maybe. But then I have to worry about plurals, articles. Okay, articles, yeah. I can replace it with an article in a different language, but then I have to remember conjugation with that. Because one of the only languages I would be able to do that in. Yeah, plural versus on spirits of the dead. Actually it would be not spirits of the dead. And then like the sea is like Ansi? No, le book. Yeah, I guess that's what that is what you would be asking for if you asked me to replace the. You'd be getting le. Do you want that to happen? Or za worldo? What? He complains. He complains so much. I wonder. Let's see. Is it? Okay, I was at Thing Talker, I think. It's wet. It's wet. He just nosed me. Don't cheat. Okay, so you are asking for le. You are asking for le. You see the spirits in the sand, the sea, and the stone. You may now apply your spirit tongue, shape-shifting and studied essence. Okay, I think I read that, but I had just breezed through it a little earlier because of someone who was now requesting to go out. Form crafter. When you shapeshift, choose a stat. You take +1 ongoing to rolls using that stat while shifted. The GM will choose a stat too. You take -1 ongoing to rolls that use that stat while shifted. Can you hear him crying? Can you hear his pitiful wails? Is it only when I'm talking? Maybe. He's so cute when he cries. And he is so mad. Elemental mastery. Yeah, that's what that's the one I kind of know. Kind of, very, very basic. Elemental mastery. When you call on the primal spirits of fire, water, earth, or air to perform a task for you, roll +Wiz. On a 10+, choose 2. On a 7 through 9, choose 1. On a miss, some catastrophe occurs as a result of your calling. The effect you desire comes to pass. You avoid paying nature's price. You retain control. Balance. When you deal damage, take 1 balance. When you touch someone and channel the spirits of life, you may spend balance. For each balance spent, heal 1d4 hit points. When you gain a level from 6 through 10, choose from these moves or the level 2 through 5 moves. Is there really only so many? I guess we did go through the 2 through 5 already. It didn't feel like there were a lot, but I was distracted by one of the beasts. Embracing no form. When you shapeshift, roll 1d4 and add that total to your hold. Doppelganger's dance. You are able to study the essence of specific individuals to take their exact form, including men, elves, or the like. Suppressing your tell is possible, but if you do, take -1 ongoing until you return to your own form. Blood and Thunder. Replaces Right of Tooth and Claw. When you are in an appropriate animal form, something dangerous, increase your damage to D10. Just thinking more about the on and non, how there's like Tir na nog, and it's just kind of like, but neither of those are plural, I don't think. How does that work? Actually, real quick, like, it's like, actually, no, fear. Bar fear. Actually, Tir might be plural, but then again, it's been a long time since I've studied it, so just, translate, like, Tir nog. I can't do it without the accents proper. It's gonna mess up the translation. Okay. Translate from Dutch. No. Tier. Okay, but tier is not the plural part. I guess it would be nog. What is... I can't even pronounce some of these things. Like the dictionary site. I used to be able to pronounce these a little roughly, even though sometimes you listen to the pronunciation of how something is supposed to be done, or you look at it and you figure out via the rules how in Irish it's supposed to be pronounced, and then you listen to an example from like, oh man, an actual speaker, and it's just kind of a, how did you get that? I'll ask my parents, and just some of the pronunciations not quite right. They don't follow the rules because it's so individual. A reading stream, yes. Although right now I'm kind of distracted. I want to know if something is what's the phrase? I want to know if something's plural or not. Oh, I'm looking at the wrong word. It's not tog, it's nog. It might also be the case that it's actually like Old Irish, in which case it doesn't really follow anything because simply because. They simplified Irish writing a while ago. And by a while ago, I mean like a century ago, I think. To make things easier to read between regions. And so things follow a certain guide, roughly. Let's see. Hello, Traxie. Nice to see you too. Otherwise, okay, enough about Irish. Irish, I don't want to say it doesn't make any sense, but it's a little rougher to make sense of than this. Here in Dungeon World, we have rules. And let's see. We got through Embracing No Form. We have not hit Doppelganger's Dance. You are able to study the essence of specific individuals to take their exact form, including men, elves, or the like. Suppressing your tell is possible, but if you do, take -1 ongoing until you return to your own form. Oh, wait, no, I did do that because I also did Blood and Thunder, which replaces Red Tooth and Claw, so I was on the next page. I wish I should get a print version of this. It would probably make it easier to read. Having an actual bookmark. The Druid Sleep. When you take this move, the next opportunity that you have safety and time to spend in an appropriate location, you may attune yourself to a new land. This effect occurs only once, and the GM will tell you how long it will take and what cost you must pay. From then on, you are considered to be born in the soil of both lands. That's interesting. Just thinking about how that changes things. So you have... Okay, just double checking. So you have your one ability to be born of the soil, and that affects everything else. Whether you're a desert type of druid or a forest druid or an island druid or a mountainous druid. And being able to pick a second land opens up quite a bit when it comes to what you can shapeshift into by simple knowledge without like specially studying a certain creature. And what else? The Spirit Tongue is also the same sort of thing. Let's see. Was there another one? I swear that there was something else. Is it only the... I guess it was really only the shape-shifting that gets affected then, it looks like. So you kind of level up your shape-shifting. I wonder if there are limitations on what you can shapeshift into. I know how there's limitations on like when you can start doing flying creatures and when you can start doing swimming creatures, but here there does not seem to be such a limitation, or if there are definitions on what kind of beasts are available, because otherwise there might be issues. Okay, rubbing ASMR. Oh, you know what? He might be upset. I have 2 cats here, and one of them is a giant palico who I have sitting in a seat, and then I have my boy cat here, and I just realized he might actually be upset because Palico is taking his seat. So I'm gonna move Palico. What? Okay. Palico has moved. Does he want to sit? He is being invited to the seat? No, he is full of too much anger for that. Okay. I'm not certain if that pacified him. No, it did not. He's actually on the offense now. Cats. Never again. Never again. Okay, so oh wait, maybe... No. No, he just gets into moods where he wants to... what's the phrase? He woke up and chose violence? Or he wakes up and he desires, like, cuddling. And right now, he's kind of a mix. He wants attention. but he also wants someplace to sink his claws, so I guess... Ow! That's gonna be me tonight. Ow. He's sharp. I need to clip him. Okay, we have... If I keep him occupied with my hands, he can't try and destroy anything else here. He loves chewing on wires. He loves chewing on plastic. He loves my new acoustic panels. Okay, a little bit of teeth too. Okay. World Talker is the next special move that a druid can take. It requires Thing Talker. You see the patterns that make up the fabric of the world. You may now apply your spirit tongue, shapeshifter and studied essence moves to pure elements: fire, water, air, and earth. Stalker's Sister. Choose one move from the Ranger list. Form Shaper. Requires Form Crafter. You may increase your armor by 1 or deal an additional plus 1d4 damage while in an animal form. Choose which when you wild shape. Well, not wild shape, shapeshift. It's not D&T, it's not D&T, it's shapeshifting, it's not wild shaping. Okay. He's actually taking the mouse. He has taken the mouse hostage. What? Okay, I need to protect it. Protect the mouse. Okay. Maybe he will be happy here. For a little bit. Chimera. When you shapeshift, you may create a merged form of up to 3 different shapes. You may be a bear with the wings of an eagle and the head of a ram, for example. Each feature will grant you a different move to make. Your chimera form follows the same rules as a shapeshifter otherwise. That's actually really cool, making your own chimera as like a final... one of the final moves that you can take. And getting all those sorts of benefits. Weather Weaver. When you are under open skies, when the sun rises, the GM will ask you what the weather will be that day. Tell them whatever you like, it comes to pass. Wow, so this is very much a case of like, you're the GM now, at least when it comes to the weather. God, how does it go for Night Vale? Like, and now the weather? That's also kind of cool. Being able to just dictate what the weather will be. I mean, I know there's 1 or 2 rules associated with it. Like, you have to be under open skies, and it has to be when the sun rises. But otherwise, the cleric also had the ability to do that, but they had to do it under the case of a spell. And I suppose they could also dictate it to be something else, because here they don't specify a limitation, but in the other one it was more like, okay, so lower level can be normal weather. With higher level, it's raining blood. Or frogs. Or a Sharknado. Any one of those things is possible under the power of God. Your God. Your cleric God. Anyway. I was just thinking, like, what god would actually summon a Sharknado? And then just like, wait, no, there's definitely some evil sea goddesses out there that would totally be into Sharknadoes. Sharkines? That would probably be more appropriate for a sea goddess. Angry sea goddess. If I can move my mic down, I'd try and see if I can capture his purring. But I don't think he's purring loud enough, and I don't think I can get the mouse close enough. Not mouse. I don't think I can get the microphone close enough. Okay. I thought the next was going to be the Paladin based on the looks, but it looks like the next one is the Fighter. The Fighter. It's a thankless job, living day to day by your armor and the skill of your arm, to dive heedlessly into danger. They won't be playing Golden Horns for the time you took that knife to the ribs for them in the bar in Bucksburg. No flock of angels to sing of the time you dragged them, still screaming from the edge of the pits of madness. No. Forget them. You do this for the guts and the glory. the scream of battle and the hot, hot blood of it. You are a beast of iron. Your friends may carry blades of forged steel, but, fighter, you are steel. While your traveling companions might moan about their wounds over a campfire in the wilderness, you bear your scars with pride. You are the wall. Let every danger smash itself to nothing on you. In the end, you'll be the last one standing. Names for the fighter. Oh, we actually have quite the variation in terms of the races here for a fighter. You could be a dwarf, an elf, a halfling, or a human. Is this the only one that's so unlocked? I wonder. Like, are these all the available races? I don't think we've come across anything yet in the classes that are different. Dwarf names would be Osric, Surtur, Brunhilde, Annika, Janos, Greta, Dim, Rondrig, Jarl, Zotok. Elf options could be Elohir, Sharaseth, Hasrith, Chevrel. Don't pick that name if I'm the DM, please. Chevrel. Kagis, Eldar, Kithraset, Thelian. Halfling names could be Finnegan, Olive, Randolph, Bartleby, Aubrey, Baldwin, Becca. Human names could be Hawk, Rediger, Gregor, Brianne, Walton, Castor, Shauna, Ajax, Hob. I can't get over a name like Ajax for a human. I know that I don't want to say it's an older name. I don't actually know if it's a common human name. I've seen it in fantasy stories before, though. But every time I look at Ajax, all I can think of is JavaScript. What is it? Asynchronous JavaScript. I don't remember what the AX stands for. But yeah, async Java. Look. So the looks available for a fighter. The eye type could be hard eyes, dead eyes, or eager eyes. Hair could be wild hair, shorn hair, or battered helm. The skin type is new. Skin type could be calloused skin, tanned skin, or scarred skin. And body type could be built body, lithe body, or ravaged body. Your stats. Your maximum hit points is 10 plus constitution, and your base damage is d10. Okay, I think I've pacified the beast. Just like one hand on here and one hand just constantly petting him, like scratching the chin and the chest. He's happy. He's happy. He's being good. Starting moves. Choose a race and gain the corresponding move. When you share a drink with someone... Oh, dwarf. It's a dwarf move. When you share a drink with someone, you may parlay with them using con instead of charisma. So, I could definitely see that. Just thinking that I guess it would be useful for a fighter, but at the same time, in general, how often is a fighter going to do that move? But it's a very flavorful move, and I like it. Being able to, I guess, out-drink them in a way, sort of, to parlay with them. Elf starting move. Choose one weapon. You can always treat weapons of that type as if they had the precise tag. I wonder what I should look back on what the precise tag is. Oh, but they have a sidebar for it. Precise weapons allow you to hack and slash using dex instead of strength. Okay. That's good to know. So it gives you the option to take one weapon and make it a dexterity thing instead of a strength thing. A dexterity build fighter. Halfling. When you defy danger and use your small size to your advantage, take +1. Actually, real quick, they don't have a section. They don't seem to have a section specifically for race, so I suppose the only racial options here are like your race doesn't affect your character much aside from how it interacts with your class specifically. It's just swapping out one thing. So even if everyone in the party is a halfling, if you choose different classes, you can have quite different outcomes. Human. Fighter human move. Once per battle, you may reroll a single damage roll. Yours or someone else's. Okay, that's really cool. Being able to reroll someone else's damage roll, that can be good. A single damage roll. Not a die, a roll. So I suppose if someone casts a spell and the outcome, maybe something bombastic like a fireball. Maybe they got a really, really bad roll. You could reuse it to alter that state. That's good. I mean, it's much more likely to apply to yourself, I suppose. But I don't know how often a fighter might want to do it to their own attacks. You start with these moves. Bend bars, lift gates. When you use pure strength to destroy an inanimate obstacle, roll plus strength. On a 10 plus, choose 3. On a 7 through 9, choose 2. It doesn't take a very long time. Nothing of value is damaged. It doesn't make an inordinate amount of noise. You can fix the thing again without a lot of effort. That's really cool. Having that. And only when you use pure strength. So I suppose that theoretically makes it harder for like a dex build fighter here to do so. Like someone who perhaps built an elf. But it's still not impossible. As long as you don't fail, you get to choose 2. That's good. Oh, someone's reaching out. The next move is Armored. You ignore the clumsy tag on armor you wear. Oof, that's nice. Clumsy. Like, this is all stuff that comes in later. Okay, we're on page 114. Let's jump down to equipment real quick. Okay. So there's an awkward tag. There's a bonus tag. There's slow, dangerous. Okay, and then there are tags for each specific type. So there is, we already got through the precise one. And for armor, there is clumsy. It is tough to move around with. -1 ongoing while using it. This penalty is cumulative. So scale mail and plate are considered clumsy armors. The other option would be leather, chainmail, which is not clumsy, and shield, which is also not clumsy. So the fighter gets to ignore that completely, which is pretty good. They're trained enough to work around it. So the fighter also has a signature weapon move. This is your weapon. There are many like it, but this one is yours. Your weapon is your best friend. It is your life. You master it as you master your life. Your weapon without you is useless. Without your weapon, you are useless. You must wield your weapon true. And the sidebar here is your signature weapon is special, not just a typical mundane item. Unless you take action that clearly risks it, your signature weapon will never permanently leave your possession, though you may have to work to get it back. Choose a base description. All are 2 weight. So signature weapon could be a sword, axe, hammer, spear, flail, fists. Choose the range that best fits your weapon. Hand, close, or reach. Choose 2 enhancements. Hooks and spikes. +1 damage, but +1 weight. Sharp, +2 piercing. Perfectly weighted. Add precise. Serrated edges, +1 damage. Glows in the presence of one type of creature, your choice. Huge, add messy and forceful. Versatile, choose an additional range. Well crafted, -1 weight. That's interesting. So you could theoretically make hooks and spikes, but also well crafted to negate the weight that was added. Choose a look for your signature weapon. Ancient, unblemished, ornate, bloodstained, sinister. So the alignments available to a fighter is good. Defend those weaker than you. Neutral, defeat a worthy opponent. Evil, kill a defenseless or surrendered enemy. Gear has a sidebar as well. The private soldiers fight and die to advance the wealth and luxury of the great. They are called the masters of the world without having a sod to call their own. Tiberius Gracchus. Gracchus? Gracchus. So that must be Greek, Roman, with a name like Tiberius? Okay. Someone is getting a little antsy again. I'm glad I made it through as much as I have with him here. Okay, just like, I don't know how common this is, but like rubbing the cheeks of the cat, like the cats really like that, right? So like I've been calling that like the sugar, like the sugar mill. That's the sugar mines. The cheeks are the sugar mines. Every time you're like rubbing them, you are like delving for sugar. You are extracting the sugar from the cat. Because he acts so sweet when it's happening too. Getting all the sugars out. And when he's no longer happy with this, the sugar has run out. But he's still happy. He's still full of sugar. With a little bit of spice. A little bit of cinnamon sugar. Okay, let's see. Okay, we're at gear. We read the sidebar. We did not read the actual gear section. Your load is 12 plus strength. You carry your signature weapon and dungeon rations. 5 uses, 1 weight. Choose your defenses. Chainmail, 1 armor, 1 weight. And adventuring gear, 1 weight. Hello. Welcome back, Mommy Enjoyer. Scale armor, 2 armor, 3 weight. Oh, I'm reading right now through the fighter gear section of Dungeon World. Thank you for the follow, Andy. Enjoy your stay. Wow. Okay. I feel bad actually a little bit because I'm using my left hand right now to pet the cat and he's on my right side. This is really awkward. I'm like crossing my hands to do this. Okay. Scale armor was 2 armor, 3 weight. You also choose 2. A healing potion, or 2 healing potions, which is 0 weight. A shield, which is +1 armor, 2 weight. Antitoxin, which is 0 weight. Dungeon rations, 1 weight. And poultices and herbs, which is 1 weight. So that is a combo set. Antitoxin, dungeon rations, and poultice and herbs. That's all together one like gear kit. And 22 coins is another gear kit piece they can pick from. Thank you for the head pet. Okay, maybe. How to put this? Like, oh man, if only I had set this up the other way. What's going on here? I am trying to keep my cat happy. And I'm also trying to read Dungeon World at the same time. It's a very difficult balancing act. Because I'm left-handed, but I'm also right-handed. So I'm petting the cat with my left hand. And he's on my mouse pad, which is on the right. So my mouse is off my mouse pad. And the cat is on the mouse pad. So... okay. Yes, I'm reading the Dungeon World game manual. Dungeon World is a tabletop RPG. It is open source. So you're able to find this information for free, legally available online. if you look up Dungeon World, like legit. It's a fun system. It's, I don't want to say it's a good alternative to D&D, because it doesn't have to be an alternative to D&D. You can just want to play it because it is what it is and it's good. I don't want to compare it to D&D, but I've been doing that plenty of times through this whole thing because I'm more familiar with D&D World. So Dungeon World is it's a fantasy tabletop game. It fits in similar space as Dungeons and Dragons. You can play as a bard or a cleric or a fighter or a thief or a wizard and go explore dungeons, fight evil, or fight good, depending on what type of characters you and your friends make. And it's a bit more limited in some respects. It's a bit more like old-fashioned. It's completely different. Yeah. I mean, it depends on how much you hate D&D, to be perfectly frank. Because, like, if it's someone who likes tabletop games but hates D&D, that's one thing. Versus it's not a... You can play it online through, like, Discord. You just need to be able to roll dice, either in person or, like, digitally. However your group wants to deal with that. Like, there are Discord bots that you can hook into Discord to roll for you. And so all you need is paper and pencil otherwise, or like an image editing program so you can add your information into your character sheet. Character sheets are also freely available online. Actually, let me grab the link for it. Can I do this one-handed? Will my cat let me do this one-handed? He is just like so comfy. He is looking up with such adoration right now. Let's see. Oh, okay, that was a big shake. Dungeon World. Let's see. Wait. Okay. Sorry, when I look it up, the title of the like Dungeon World official website is like Dungeon World Wave Hands like a Muppet. So that just caught me off guard. You can also like spend money on Dungeon World too, but you don't have to because it is open license. Dungeon World open license. It would help if I didn't have to do everything one-handed. I am not prepared to do this. SRD. There's also a ton of... If only the headband hand could help me. Yeah, I just need to manifest extra hands. That would be really useful right now. So the SRD is available here. Oh, now I actually, like, dungeon. Oh, one-handed. Okay, there's the Dungeon World SRD. And this is all the information that you would need to play Dungeon World either as a player or run Dungeon World as a DM. It's all available. Oh, all available. Okay, I need to give him back the hand. He's throwing a fit unless the hand is on him. Just a couple basic classes are free. There are additional classes that you can either like pay for or find online. I'm not reading from that website. I have a different document. They have a Git repository, so I'm reading from that. They released a Git repository which has a InDesign file, so I'm reading from that. So it's more like it's the, I think 2012 edition, basically. Like the 2012 release, so it's like the pre-release or the first release that is officially like SRD. But that is the version roughly that is available at the site that I linked as well. So I don't know how much has changed over the course of editions or how many editions have actually come out. But I don't think that the editions are, if there are editions, I don't think that they are as difficult to move between as, say, D&D editions, where the editions change quite a bit in between versions. Let's see. If I check to buy the digital version, like, do they specify what edition it is? Let me check, like, what the Drive-Thru RPG page has for the full-size preview, like what edition it is. Because it's going to be one of the first, like, 3 pages, right? There's going to be copyright info. Okay, yeah, so it only has the first edition out. If you want the Git repository. Okay, let me grab that out too. I will say that if you don't have InDesign, reading through the Git repository is going to be difficult. And even with the InDesign file, if you don't have the fonts, it's going to be a little difficult. In Markdown? Where was it? Like, I downloaded this a couple weeks ago, so... Git. Let's see. Sage at Dungeon World. Okay. I'm so proud of myself for being able to type one-handed like this. And yeah, there's some really wonky formatting because of InDesign. But also it just has like the straight up text for it available, but that might be a little bit more difficult to parse because then you have the markup systems to deal with, and sometimes they have... Oh, okay. Sorry, he is crawling underneath. He's crawling underneath and I don't know why. If I just kept him entertained, this wouldn't have happened. Okay, he's making his way over. But yeah, if you do need any help with understanding InDesign, you can ask me because I have... Yeah, it's in... You didn't know what it... You didn't know InDesign was Adobe? I mean, I want to say, would you rather have Quark Express? That would probably be the other option. Quark Express. I don't actually know if there are any other big publishing... Or, well, yeah, big publishing programs that are still in use, but I've not actually studied much more than those two. But that's 2 more than most people have. I'm going to let someone out so he's not a nuisance. As soon as I opened that door, I heard a thunk from someone else who was probably making their way to come in. But the room is quiet. There's only one cat left in here, and that is Giant Palico, who is going to go back into his throne. What? Oh. He's big. So the alignments available... Wait, no, we already did the alignments. We did the gear. We were at bonds. Bonds for the fighter? The fighter. Yes, it was the fighter. Bonds. Fill in the name of one of your companions and at least one. Blank owes me their life, whether they admit it or not. I have sworn to protect Blank. I worry about the ability of Blank to survive in the dungeon. Blank is soft, but I will make them hard, like me. I'm sorry, that last one. Dungeon World is a bit more serious. I think that's another thing to make note of. You can make D&D as serious or not as you want. The same thing here as well, but there's a lot more flavor text in Dungeon World, I feel like, that makes it a more serious feeling game. They try very much. Yeah, phrasing. I want to say, I suppose there's also the fact that I feel like death is a much more likely outcome for Dungeon World for your character compared to at least 5th edition Dungeons and Dragons. But again, my experience in this game is smaller. I think also, like if you play not Dungeon World, Dungeons and Dragons, and you follow typical like experience blocks, it can be quite hard and quite long, racing again, to level up to the next level. Like it can take quite a bit if you're playing by the rules. Years, depending on how long you play. But Scribus, I've never heard of Scribus before. Is it another publishing software? Is it an open source one that's supposed to be able to open InDesign files? I don't really have to worry about that because I am a chump who pays for a mostly full Adobe license. But right, leveling can be more difficult, slower in 5th edition, and I feel like in Dungeon World overall it's a bit quicker from my experience playing it. Advanced moves. When you gain a level from 2 to 5, choose from these moves. Merciless. When you deal damage, deal plus 1d4 damage. Heirloom. When you consult the spirits that reside within your signature weapon. Wait, what? You have spirits that reside in your signature weapon? Like, they talked about the weapon, but they didn't describe it as, like, having a spirit in it. Dang, okay. So they had to introduce, like, your weapon, your signature weapon isn't just you being really good with the weapon. It's literally a spirit in there. When you consult the spirits that reside within your signature weapon, they will give you an insight relating to the current situation and might ask you some questions in return. Roll plus charisma. On a 10 plus, the GM will give you good detail. On a 7 through 9, the GM will give you an impression. An Adobe alternatives chart. That's fair. Yeah. I wonder what else is on that list. Like, there's a potential that I've learned some of them, but I mostly learned the major two. And even, God, it was a decade ago, and I really not when I last had to use them, but when I learned alternatives. And even then, like, Quark was kind of seen as I don't want to say vestigial, but like, it had a few reasons why it was better than InDesign at the time. But it was usually people's second choice, or it was more of a legacy thing. Legacy is probably the better option than vestigial legacy. Like, if you were already using Quark in your workplace, there was probably no reason to switch. Affinity. I haven't heard of it. I feel like I've heard of Affinity, but I've never seen someone using it. Yeah, okay, yeah, Quark. It seems like Quark is probably improved, but I don't have a license, so I don't know. I don't have to know. It's not a part of my wheelhouse anymore. Affinity Publisher. I'll have to look into that later. They have a sidebar actually for advanced moves. I'm not certain. I guess it's just in general advanced moves for the fighter. And sidebars are literally just little paragraphs that are called out on the side, usually quotes. And this one is a quote. You are a hero around these parts. That's what they call you when they kill so many people. The word murderer falls short. That's from Best Served Cold. That's actually a really good quote. When you think about how adventures tend... I guess adventure is the other word, right? I know that there are some games that specifically... Like, you count the number of players as adventurers, but then there might be some other divide between those players that you need a word for. So they might separate it into hero and something else. Hero and villain, perhaps. If it's a game where there is, like, PvP, like one versus many. So yeah, like, the definition of hero and the definition of adventurer. Yeah, murder hobos. Not even once. Okay, maybe once. Like, twice, maybe? Best served cold. Well, the system needs ice damage from the first place, cold damage. I wonder what best served cold is. They kind of make it read like a book or something because it's not attributed to a character or anything like that. Okay, it is a book by Joe Abercrombie from 2009. Okay. Okay, yeah, so it was a book that had been out for just a few years at the time of publishing of this book, this manual, the Dungeon World Manual. Armor Mastery is the next special move for the fighter. When you make your armor take the brunt of damage dealt to you, the damage is negated, but you must reduce the armor value of your armor or shield, your choice, by 1. The value is reduced each time you make this choice. If the reduction leaves the item with 0 armor, it is destroyed. Also, thank you for the follow, Psycho. I saw it earlier, but then I got distracted. I think by trying to think of something. I lost my track of mind. I lost my train of mind. I lost the train. Rain out, reading in. Reading only. Word to mouth. Armor Mastery. Improved weapon. Choose 1 extra enhancement for your signature weapon. Seeing red. When you discern realities during combat, you take +1. Interrogator. When you parley using threats of impending violence as leverage, you may use strength instead of charisma. I think we had someone who was playing a fighter in the one campaign I played Dungeon World. Some of these sound a little familiar. Scent of Blood. When you hack and slash an enemy, your next attack against that same foe deals +1d4 damage. A multi-class dabbler. Get 1 move from another class. Treat your level as 1 lower for choosing the move. Iron Hide. You gain +1 armor. Blacksmith is the last one that is a level 2 through 5 maneuver. When you have access to a forge, you can graft the magical powers of a weapon onto your signature weapon. This process destroys the magical weapon. Your signature weapon gains the magical powers of the destroyed weapon. Okay, that's actually really neat. It allows you to keep your same weapon type and your same signature weapon that you chose specifically for this character. What also allows the Dungeon Master to introduce new weapons, magical weapons, and allow you to keep the original one. Yeah. Well, I mean, people often choose a certain weapon type because it does the most damage, or it just looks really cool, or when they were looking for like character art, that's what they found. That sort of thing, perhaps. And then when the DM drops like a new magical weapon, but it's not exactly the type that you wanted, like does a little less damage, or it just doesn't fit the character image you had, but you switch it up anyway because it's mechanically better. This allows you to avoid that issue. Like, sure, it costs you a move, but at the same time, if it's worthwhile to you, it's an option. And it's not like I want to say sometimes it's worth it to look cool. When you gain a level from 6 through 10, choose from these moves or the level 2 through 5 moves. Actually, before I think about that, just thinking about, they don't have a monk in here that fights barehanded, do they? They don't. I guess the closest would be a fighter, but a fighter with a signature weapon being fists, I suppose. And that would be hand, like a hand range. And then theoretically adding on other enhancements to it and your signature weapon looking ornate, I suppose. Like fists, they don't specify, like, they specify fists as the signature weapon, right? So in that mind, is it an item that you put onto your hands like gloves, or is it literally the fists? Mm. Because that affects some things too. And it also, I guess, affects things like just talking about the blacksmith too. Like, how would that work? It has to be a separate weapon that goes over your fists and not like your actual physical natural fists. Otherwise, you're just grafting metal onto yourself, magic onto yourself. That feels a little OP. When you gain a level from 6 through 10, choose from these moves or the level 2 through 5 moves. Bloodthirsty replaces Merciless. When you deal damage, deal plus 1d8 damage. Armored Perfection replaces Armor Mastery. When you choose to let your armor take the brunt of damage dealt to you, the damage is negated and you take plus 1 forward against the attacker, but you must reduce the armor value of your armor or shield, your choice, by 1. This value is reduced each time you make this choice. If the reduction leaves the item with 0 armor, it is destroyed. Evil Eye requires seeing red. When you enter combat, roll plus charisma. On a 10 plus, hold 2. On a 7 through 9, hold 1. Spend your hold to make eye contact with an NPC present who freezes or flinches and can't act until you break it off. On a 6 or less. Sorry, just the way that they wrote that is a little different from how they wrote it previously. On a 6 or less, your enemies immediately identify you as their biggest threat. That's also a really cool move, actually. Like, dang. I want to play Dungeon World as a fighter now. Yeah. But then again, when I was playing other games, I've been playing like grapplers or fighters in general. And being able to basically intimidate someone into stopping to act or like goading them into attacking you versus the puny looking little mage behind you, who's actually the one who's packing like the bigger punch. That always feels good. If that's your intention anyway, like goading them. Metal isn't that strong. It's only something completely immune to most normal attacks. Just thinking it's kind of a good thing that there's a limit in terms of like what the races are on here, because just thinking like, oh well, it would make sense if there were certain other races available, or it could be really disastrous for some other races as well. Just thinking about the whole cold iron thing. I'm sure someone's made an actual monk class that has better suited rules to it than the fighter. And I also kind of want to look and see if they have any more like not fringe rules, but like what people's interpretations of some of these are. But it might also depend on who is, what type of person is going to be playing Dungeon World versus other things. Yeah, actually, that was pretty much my entire that's been my entire tactic for a good number of characters, actually. It's very enticing to play the mage. But I don't want to say I've moved past it, but like I've moved into a different stage of my life where I just want to look. I guess there's a divide between like looking big and tough and strong, and actually being tough and strong, and then just looking like small but intimidating, sort of. And by small I mean like 5 foot or so, and not like looking like a big bulky thing, but still being able to beat the shit out of someone. Power fantasy. Usually it's not. It's no, they're not normally grandmothers either, though they are usually on the older side. I've only had one character who could probably be a grandmother. You know how hard it is to find like art of older women playing marshals. It's quite hard. I was trying to find art for a paladin once, and I wanted her to be not necessarily to be sold as a grandmother, but to be obviously like capable of being someone's mother, like a not kindly mother, but like kind of kindly mother paladin-ish thing, but could still like smack you down. And that was really, really hard. Really, really, really hard. And she wasn't generally talking shit about anyone, not that particular case. But no, being able to be blunt and not necessarily smart about it is also kind of fun in character. Though, I have a divide between that and playing characters who are know-it-alls, I suppose. Being able to ask the DM, like, do I know this information, this meta-knowledge, before I even think about acting on it? And also keeping ridiculous notes out of character that I can then reference in character. Sometimes even with like legit means of like my character has a book that she writes in, like a diary, to help explain why she has stupid good memory about some things. But now, lately it's been the less notey, more punchy types. And only one of them has kind of talked mad shit, and that was mostly just because someone else told her to talk shit. Like, if you're supposed to pass along a message, and the message is, if you play nice, then maybe we'll let you back into the club. Well, you should pass along the message, right? It's what you were told to do. And then if someone else starts shit because of that, because they didn't like the message, and they start bringing it on the messenger, what is the messenger to do? They threw the first punch. It's not my fault. It's not my fault. I was just doing... I was just passing along a message. I didn't start shit, but I sure as fuck ended it. Okay. And that's Evil Eye. Evil Eye. The next special move for the fighter is Taste of Blood. It replaces Scent of Blood. When you hack and slash an enemy, your next attack against that same foe deals plus 1d8 damage. Can't spell messenger without mess. Yeah, that's kind of what we left behind. I mean, actually, that's a great thing for a dungeon party. Just thinking, like, a low-level party. How many times do things go according to plan? Can't say die. Yeah, you can't say die without. Ooh. I'm not certain I get that one. Unless you're talking about, is that 6 eyes? Oh, okay. It's a dice joke, isn't it? It's a dice joke. Okay. I can't count the number of eyes. If I don't have anyone blocking my way anymore. Let me just check that. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, okay, it's a dice joke. Okay, I got it. There's no I in team, but there is one in die. Sometimes it takes 2 to die. Sometimes it takes 2 to die. You've never been backstabbed by a party member. You should try it. Or you should do the backstabbing just once. Just once. Once. It's fun the first time. After that, it gets a little old. Multi-class Initiate. Required multi-class Dabbler. Get one move from another class. Treat your level as one lower for choosing the move. Then there is Steel Hide, which replaces Armor Hide. Or Iron Hide. Not Armor Hide. You gain +2 armor. Through Death's Eyes. When you go into battle, roll plus whiz. On 10+, name someone who will live and someone who will die. On a 7 through 10, name someone who will live or someone who will die. Name NPCs, not player characters. The GM will make your vision come true, even if it's even remotely possible. On a 6 or lower, you see your own death and consequently take 1 ongoing throughout the battle. Okay, here is where there is, there's a team in die. At least it's only limited to NPCs. But yeah. You have considered getting a dagger implanted into your spine? Yeah, just a quick dagger sheath, no biggie. Cyberpunk rules. Cyberpunk rules. Actually, just thinking about how you know, like into the spine. You know what? And that will pass TSA, right? Just like, oh, it's not, it's just a it's some sort of correction. It's totally not a knife. Might want to make it a smaller dagger. Unless you're a big person. Just thinking like, if you're big enough, just... I guess that won't really count. Like a baby dagger? Get a baby dagger. Sorry, I started thinking about Evangelion and like Evangelion-sized daggers in spines because, you know, there's a whole like dummy plug thing in the spine cord area type situation that they got going on there. So just thinking like, okay, so you're not obviously going to be Ava sized, but if you were shrunk down, then like what is the equivalent to that? And like, duh, it's a baby. So like you can have a baby dagger in your spine. Does that follow? I've been seeing too much Evangelion stuff lately. Eye for weaponry. When you look over an enemy's weaponry, ask the GM how much damage they do. I've stabbed myself with multiple baby daggers, so I've built an immunity to normal size ones. I mean, I want to say it sort of works. It's just more like needles. Like, you stab yourself with enough smaller needles. Although I guess it's more so the stuff that's in the needles. But, I like your move. Please don't try that. Please don't try it at home. Please don't test your theory out. Unless you're actually gonna start with, like, baby daggers. But don't work your way up to the big ones. Actually, how, like how... Okay, like, how big is a baby? And then, like, how big would a baby dagger actually be? Like, if you want a dagger that has, like, an appropriate size for a baby, like, I guess it's just mostly, like, having a tiny handle. Like, let me grab a pen real quick. So, like, mechanically, what is the size of a dagger? You need enough to have a hilt, which is about hand-sized. And then the blade will depend, right? Like, it could be... I guess they're usually at least, like, 3 inches. I guess it's also a question of, like, legal size limits of knives and such. Like, what's the difference between a dagger and a knife? Proper. That's outside my wheelhouse. I don't know the answer to that, legally or otherwise. So, like, a baby dagger. Like, assuming a baby hand is, like... Usually when people have their photos of, like, babies, right? There is the hand, like, gripping one finger. So assuming, like, a baby grip on something is, like... I guess in my case it'd be, like, 2 fingers? Like, 1 to 2 fingers. So that's, like... an inch or so. So then, like, would a baby dagger be, like, a 5-inch dagger? Like, proportionate-wise? More thought is needed. I'll come back with a design for a baby dagger. Ah. Daggers are always symmetrical, but knives are used for cutting in food. I hadn't thought of that. And then I guess there's the question of definition. Well, actually, no. I remember reading about this somewhere. There was a whole thing about like the definition of a sword versus a knife, and how in Germany there was a legal point where I think swords were outlawed or something, but knives were not. So people carried knives that were basically swords, except for like one or two technical bits of information. Like I think it had to do with how the hilt was made and how the hilt was attached to the sword. What the tang? That's the word, right? For like the interior portion of a sword. The connection between the hilt and the like blade itself. I think it was something to do with the tang and the hilt. But just like, so what's the general size difference between, say, like a dagger and a sword? And also the fact that swords don't have to be symmetrical either, right? Because katanas aren't symmetrical, right? I'm trying to think about other swords, and usually Western swords are supposed to be double, like, bladed on both sides, right? As piercing or slashing type weapons. Just plain fun. No. This was back when the guilds ran everything. So I had to add a permitted term, and the permitted term is dumb Germans. No. Let's see. Like, when was this? This was back when guilds ran everything, when like guilds were legit mafia. So like German knife law, knife sword laws. Like, what was it? Historical, maybe? Was it Germany? Oh, it's something to do with, I guess, the Messer? Maybe this is a question for Kaiser. Maybe it's a question for Kaiser. Unless this is all actually just like... This might actually all be hearsay. But it sounds like a fun thing to have in a fantasy world, even if it didn't actually happen in real life. Just bring a gun. Just bring a gun to a knife fight. Actually, sorry, just thinking there was also like how many Bebop playtest rules, and just kind of like, well, in that world the sword was still effective against guns, so more of like a what's the phrase? How to put this? The sword is mightier than the gun. Just like, wait, no, it's not pen. It's not the pen. Just invent a new... The gun blade, obviously, duh. Obviously. Gunblade, that's all you need. All you need is gunblade. Okay, so we covered through Death's Eyes. Now we have Eye for weaponry. When you look over an enemy's weaponry, ask the GM how much damage they do. And then we have Superior Warrior. When you hack and slash on a 12+, you deal your damage, avoid the attack, and impress, dismay, or frighten your enemy. And the next one is the Paladin. Paladin is the one I actually played before, so I know how Paladin works, kinda, sorta. Though, again, it has been a couple of years. Emulator with a flamethrower. That's called the Cultist. Actually, no, I think there's definitely a fan class. I say fan class. There's a third-party Dungeon World class that is like entirely, I think, based around basically flaming. No, was it like a blood? No, I'm thinking for the Blood Mage. I know we definitely had a fire starter in our group though, and I think it may have been the Blood Mage who was just all about, you know, using magic to start fires. Otherwise, usually like an artificer will be more about the flamethrower. I don't actually know if there's... Let's see, Dungeon World, like flamethrower. Like, how would you describe a class that's based around someone using a flamethrower? Oh. Wait. There is actually an immolator. So it's just kind of a question of like, wait, they're talking about Immolator and let me check. Immolator is Dungeon World SRD class who can be a human or a salamander. And what do they do? You can conjure a weapon of pure flame. And you can fight fire with fire. One of their starting moves is called Zuko style. So yeah, fan created. Probably definitely want to get the pass by your DM first. But it's available if you want to play a flamethrower. It's available if you want to play a flamethrower. Was the cultist? Was there blood mage? Yeah, I think it was a blood mage or something like that. Otherwise, firefighters. You know, there might be a firefighter class. Again, like, there are a ton of fan classes that have been made for Dungeon World. It's especially easy because you don't really do like multi-classing or anything in this system. If you hit level 10, after level 10, you're expected to like start over and not use your old abilities, I believe. Like we covered that in the previous discussion on Dungeon World. So, and you're not expected to use, like, there's all these different level moves. Like, you have a few base starting ones, but afterwards it's kind of a mix and match. And you might be able to grab, like, at most 3 moves from another class. And that's if it's, like, I don't want to say integral, but, like, the bard was able to grab 3 moves from another class. I don't know if many other classes are also going to have that ability. But again, you grab a max of 9 other moves. So it's a little easier to, maybe not easier to balance, but I think it would be easier to balance. Let's see. And there are some classes that are more mixes of other classes, like Paladin had Paladin, you were able to dip into Cleric. And I don't know if that counted against, like, any multi-classing, really. Okay, Paladin. Hell awaits. An eternity of torment in fire or ice or whatever best suits the sins of the damned throngs of Dungeon World. All that stands between the pits of that grim torture and salvation is you. Holy man, armored war machine, Templar of the good and the light, right? The cleric may say his prayers at night to the gods, dwelling in their heavens. The fighter may wield his sharp sword in the name of good, but you know. Only you. Eyes, hands, and sweet killing blow of the gods you are. Yours is the gift of righteousness and virtue, of justice. Vision, too. A purity of intent that your companions do not have. So guide these fools, Paladin. Take up your holy cause and bring salvation to the wastrel world. Vae Victis, right? I remember not knowing what Vae Victis means, but someone else had looked it up beforehand. I've already forgotten what it means. So what does Vae Victis mean? Vae Victis. Vae Victis. Woe to the conquered. Woe to the vanquished. Maybe it's a Legacy of Cain quote too, I suppose. So yeah, they have a lot of quoting of other media in here, references to other media. So I suppose I shouldn't be too surprised that the Immolator has Zuko style available. And I want to say, when this was published, 2012, Legend of Korra wasn't out yet, but Legend of Avatar: The Last Airbender had probably just been wrapping up at best. I don't know because I've never seen it. Okay, Avatar: The Last Airbender. Or rather, I haven't sat down to watch. I've watched random episodes. and I'm not certain if that truly counts. Okay, 2005. That was when it first aired. When did it end? 2008. Okay. So yeah, it was a couple years old. And when did Korra come out? Korra. Oh, picture. Okay. So Korra was 2012 to 2014. Okay. So Korra probably refanned the flames, so to speak. I know a lot of people were very much into it, but I did not spare the time. And let's see. Okay, they have names available for the paladins. But I guess you only have the option of human, I'm guessing. Yeah, it's only human as a paladin. Names: Thaddeus, Augustine, Lux, Cassius, Hadrian, Lucia, Octavia, Regulus, Valeria, Sanguinus, Titanius. Very classic. The look. Choose one for each. Kind eyes, fiery eyes, or glowing eyes. Helmet, styled hair, or bald. Worn holy symbol or fancy holy symbol. Fit body, bulky body, or thin body. And your stats, your maximum hit points is 10 plus constitution, and your base damage is d10. Paladins are always pure. Yeah, pure something. Mine was pure arrogance, I think. Pure arrogance. Starting moves. You are human, so you get this move. Oh, this is what I used. Since I had to be human. When you pray for guidance, even for a moment, and ask, what here is evil? The GM will tell you honestly. I had 2 party members that were evil. So, I distinctly remember asking that and the GM answering honestly, pointing to the 2 players. Or at least one of the players. One of the players was capitally evil. Yeah. Thank you, Ropatungle, for the follow. So it wasn't a spell, it was simply my racial ability as a paladin, asking what is evil. I think it was even bigger of an issue because at the time, we may have been like just out of a fight or like just about to be in a fight, and like, so there's a bunch of goblins or something like that, and you would think they would ping as evil, right? But no, the thing that's pinging as evil is the thing standing right next to me. Carbon monoxide being what's evil. Actually, shit. Just thinking, I've been in my house for a while, and I don't know if I've actually tested my carbon monoxide detectors. I should check that. I'm gonna quick write that down. The fire alarm has actually been going off at random, and it's actually a little worrisome. It's happened twice now. I don't get the hydrating gas or the cheesecake thing either. Okay, so aside from the human starting move, lay on hands. When you touch someone skin to skin and pray for their well-being, roll plus charisma. On a 10 plus, you heal 1d8 damage or remove 1 disease. On a 7 through 9, they are healed, but the damage or disease is transferred to you. I also distinctly remember using that one because you need to be skin to skin, so it was the reason to not wear gloves. Otherwise, like, why did you have to define it as skin to skin? Armored. You ignore the clumsy tag on armor you wear. I don't think, actually, that there was a limitation. Oh, wait, no. Okay, yeah, the problem with the lay on hands is that, like, sure, you can cure them, or you might just take the damage instead. So I think that was kind of the problem with trying to use it multiple times in a row. Just don't wear boots and no, I'm not going to step on people to heal them. Also, I think that would hurt outside. Like, it's fine where I am right now because I keep my garden well manicured and stuff, but outside I can't guarantee that there won't be something bad to step on. Yeah, no, I try and make sure to sweep so I don't step on anything bad. Keep things clean. I am the law. When you give an NPC an order based on your divine authority, roll plus charisma. On a 7+, they choose one. Do what you say, back away cautiously, then flee, attack you. What here's evil? Grass patch outside. Yep. There's something evil in that grass. God. I was taking care of the lawn, and there was... it was at least 3 inches. I don't know what this bug was. It was awful looking. It was in that grass. Yeah. Actually, do I still have I don't have a photo of it anymore. I couldn't find out what it was. I did not touch it. I've learned my lesson to not touch things that I can't identify. Or rather, be very careful touching things that you find in the garden, because I've already done that twice, and that hurt a lot. And those were things I knew would hurt me if I treated them improperly, and I still did it anyway. Those were peppers. But there's also been like really fuzzy looking caterpillars, right? Third time's the... No, I'm not gonna pepper spray my eyes again. Not a third time. No. But no, there's sometimes these really fuzzy caterpillars, right? I remember thinking, oh, they're so pretty. I could just reach out and pet one. But you know what those fuzzy things are for? They're for hurting you. So don't pet fuzzy caterpillars. And also, I have a lot of things that certain bugs like to eat. If you've heard of hornworms. So I actually lost a bunch of tomatoes to a hornworm. I didn't realize it until after the fact, because I found the hornworm covered in parasitic wasps, like parasitic wasp sacs. So it was kind of a, oh, I can just touch it and remove it, right? And then like something kicking back in my mind, like, no, you've been in this position before. You've seen this before. Don't touch the thing. And then looking it up and finding out that, the hornworm is the bad thing here. If you see the worm with the like little cocoons all over it, it's too late for the worm, but you don't want it there anyway. So just leave it be. Let nature be. It will take care of itself in this case. There are a lot of pests to be wary of. Speaking of which, if you're on the East Coast and you see a flying creature that's like kind of grayscale, black and white spots with a red underbelly, or like red under the wings, under the like all white and black spotted wings, kill it with fire. Kill it with whatever you got. Go like, is it Mexican grandma or like Indian grandma? Get your shoe off and just smash it. Kill that lanternfly. Kill it good. It's lanternfly killing season. No one's gonna complain. People will cheer you on. Third time is not the charm to get pepper heat vision. No. Although I do have more. So I have more peppers. I have ghost peppers growing actually, and they've started getting. They're probably about at picking stage, honestly, and I'm a bit afraid of picking them again after the last couple times I've done it and gotten pepper in my eyes. I just have to actually gather the courage and get the gloves on and do it. And then figure out what I'm going to do with them afterwards. They were a gift this time. I didn't specifically ask for them. I was gifted a number of pepper plants. But those are the hottest that I have this year. Before they were Bucciolochia, I think, which are... No, they were Scorpion Bucciolochia's ghost. They were Trinidad scorpions last time when I peppered myself. And I want to say, it feels like I'm not scared the cats will play with the plants because the cats do not go outside in the garden. Not yet. And also there's the catnip to distract them instead. They're also a bit high up, so it takes a bit more effort to get into them, but there has been something that's gotten into the plants anyway. But I'm not worried about the peppers so much as I am about... I have chives, and the chives look enticing to cats, but they're also poisonous. The cats do not know better. Cats are dumb. Cats are 100% dumb. They've tried to eat my chives before when they were inside, during extremely adverse weather. Thankfully now, though, I don't have to bring the plants inside to the cats. I just have to make sure that whatever I do bring in is not poisonous to them. And there are a ton of plants that are poisonous to cats. But I also have catnip, so that's safe. But for like a lot of peppers, the like, I want to say smaller and knobblier and like, they look so weird, like the hot peppers. The Trinidad scorpion is named as such because it has, what's the phrase? It kind of looks like it has a little stinger on the end. Like it gets so like puckered up at the tip that it kind of like shrinks into a little like stinger look. So yeah, like now whenever I see like peppers and like the smaller, knobblier, and like weirder it looks, it's gonna be a hot pepper. Do not touch it. Do not touch them. I think I also have like habaneros and stuff like that growing. I'm not 100% certain. Again, they were gifts. I have a label somewhere. I just have to actually gather the courage to gather them. Yeah, cats and dogs will sometimes gnaw at plants. They will also gnaw at whatever flying creatures are around too, like insects. You've probably all seen the photos of like the dog that caught the bee or something like that. And the same thing with cats and wasps. And those are more likely to come inside against your own volition. Oh, and spiders too. Like I'm just waiting for the day to find out that like my cat accidentally, I say accidentally, my cat purposefully ate like a bad spider. Dungeon World is going pretty well. Kind of distracted. We were talking about the Paladin class, which is actually the class I have the most experience in because it's the only class I played from Dungeon World. It has some really cool abilities, but I got distracted with like talking about what here is evil. Because the human ability for the human is the only race available for a paladin. The human can pray for guidance and ask what here is evil, and the GM has to tell you honestly. So just kind of like, yeah, outside is evil in general. There's something evil in that grass. There's something evil in that pot right there. Is it an insect in the plant? Is it the plant itself? You won't necessarily know until it's too late. You won't know. A small bird inside. You hope your dog doesn't try to eat those thumb-sized wasp thingies. Oh, they're gonna try. They're gonna try. Yeah, my cat hasn't had a chance with birds. I swear one day, when I lived in my old apartment, I lived in a townhouse some time ago. I swear we had a bat in there once. I have no idea how it got in. I have no idea where it went. But yeah, the cat tried after it. Did not catch it. Again, I don't know what happened to it. Oh, and my cat once fought a mole? No, a vole. A shrew. That one was also a surprise. I have no idea where it came from. Also, shrew smell bad. Shrew smell pretty bad. The cat did not win the fight, but the cat also wasn't trying very hard. It seemed it was playing. Cats look like muscular men when they get stung. Maybe it depends on where they get stung. A secret government plant. Yeah, the secret government plant into the elf's house. No. And that was how I learned what the difference it was between like a mole and a shrew. No, vole. Vole. I wouldn't have probably found a mole inside because the moles are the underground ones, right? And a vole just like looks like a hamster sort of, but a shrew. Okay, can I grab a picture of a shrew? Like, actually, well, let me just open Chrome real quick. We're gonna go on an adventure about rodents real quick. Nothing to do with paladins. It's like the opposite of paladins. Okay. Mole. Can I grab up Chrome browser? Chrome mole. Oh wait, that's the wrong type of thing. I don't need this one. I don't need a browser thing. I need a window capture. Oh no, it's just kind of, I have two windows open that have like nearly the same name. Okay. Oh, I can't use that one. Can I? No, I shouldn't use this one. I need to copy the appropriate one. I need to copy the appropriate one. And change the property to something that actually exists. Okay, that's huge. Oh, that's small. Okay. What if I do this? So like mole. Mole the animal. Animal. Mole. Like kind of pointy nose but still kind of blunt. Like look at those little finger thingies. And do they have a tail? I guess they do kind of have like a fuzzy tail. And then you have like naked mole rat style versus like a vole, which is like way cuter, right? Look at that little thing. Look at it. Like, yeah, it's in your house so it has to die or go away or something, but like, does it really have to? It's just so cute. I think like dormice, like house mouse. Is there another word for that? House mouse? Like, there's appropriate name, right? Like, is it just a dormouse? Like a regular mouse that can appear? No, dormice are so much cuter than that. Oh my god. Let's see. Okay, no, field mouse. Yeah, field mice. Okay. Like field mice are pretty cute too. But at the same time, like most of the ones I've seen have looked like that. Like this one right here. Maybe it's because they're baby. That's why they get caught. But also pretty cute. And then you have like the shrew. And the shrew is like the angry mom. And also, if they don't like, if they're in a fight, they start like making a smell. It's pretty bad. But yeah, like they've got distinctive looks. You just have to remember which one is which. Although, like, then again, there's this guy, and he looks kind of cute too, and he doesn't look nearly as bad as like this guy. You wish your rats were that cute? You have rats? Or do you have like rats? Because I think that makes all the difference here. Because like rats can be pretty cute. Oh, unless you're talking about like Subway pizza rats, in which case, like, because like Subway rats are like, whoa. Like this. Like, bro. I think that thing could probably fight my cat and win. Yeah. They're scary. They're scary. I don't want to get into I don't want to have to confront that sort of thing too close. Well, thankfully, when I've seen them, they've actually been like in this kind of position. They're in the subway. Yeah. I haven't come across like house rats either. Okay. Desert rat? Okay, not like desert subway. Desert rat. Oh, those are really cute. Yeah, I used to have gerbil. Well, a gerbil. I should have had more than one, but it was difficult enough to acquire one. Yeah, it looks like a gerbil. That makes it cute. Oh, now I want to go back to playing Animal Crossing. I do want to play Animal Crossing Final Fantasy 14 because they have some critters that I haven't gotten yet. You saw one across the highway and it was comparable to your neighbor's cat. Yeah, there's some like really crazy looking local animals, and I think there's also a problem too with the definition of like, what is it, possum? Like there's the Australian possum, I think, and then like the American possum. So like the Australian possum, okay, if I can spell Australian, they look like kind of cute but also kind of funky, right? And I guess they're not well regarded over there. Like they look kind of cute, like all told. And then you have like the American possum. And Abby, if you're still here, I want to say, like, it really depends on if they have an open mouth or not, whether they're cute. I want to say, like, generally, I think the Australian ones are actually a little cuter, but I'm not gonna kick out any possums I find in my yard because I understand the importance of possums. I'm happy to have possums in my yard because it could be worse. It could be not raccoons. Oh yeah, raccoons or skunks. And well, yeah. So they have the comparison here of like the possums, and they're different kinds of cute, you know. One looks a little bit more cat-like than the other, I think. But actually, then I look at their like paws, and it's just kind of okay. Like your claws are a little gross there on the left as the American possum, but then you see the guy on the right, it's just like, your hands are too human. Your hands are far too human. That's creepy. That's creepy. I think that might be part of it, actually. Maybe eye color too, just like the sheer black versus like the chocolate brown. I want to say, raccoons are wild. Do you want to reincarnate? That's your choice. Raccoons. Raccoons or something. There's a family of raccoons that live in my garden. Nothing has gone wrong yet. Or at least not terribly wrong. It's just a little worrisome. But there's also a skunk nearby, so it's kind of a, well, between the two, I think I'd still rather have the raccoons than the skunk. And are there different... How many raccoon types are there? Or is it primarily just like one raccoon type? Oh, I guess it's also the thing about like things that can carry rabies versus and other illnesses versus others. Raccoons live for usually 2 years, but can live. Oh, so it's a case of if they're in captivity or not, I wonder, or like how safe the life they live is in general. Skunk and cats sounds like a recipe for trouble and a visit to the vet. Probably. I think that like for a lot of the smaller creatures like raccoons and cats and skunks, I don't really think that they prey on each other. Like they might fight over territory, but they might not. But I have seen instances or heard of instances where they share food bowls essentially if someone is feeding cats. The skunks and raccoons will also like come in and take a snack. And by snack, I mean the entire bowl. But I don't honestly know, like, aside from potential for bites, if, like, The bowl included? Yeah. They're little grabby hands. Like, if a cat gets sprayed, what is the vet gonna do? It's what, tomato sauce or something like that for the scent? Maybe vinegar? I've never had to deal with skunk smell before like that, so I don't know what the proper solution is. I've seen animals go to the vet for I think it's porcupine quills. And that definitely needed to go to the vet. But actually, I wonder if there, like, I don't think there are porcupines near. There could never be porcupines in my garden. So like, I guess between all those creatures, like, okay, I'll take the skunks if it means that there's no porcupines. Cups its hands and takes cat food, running away on its hind legs. Yeah, make use of all your abilities. Make use of those itty bitty grabby hands. You've seen the images of like raccoons trying to wash their food, right? The like moving the hands up and down in the water, and they're holding cotton candy and they put it in the water, and then where did it go? The nose being stronger than a human's. They're suffering. Yeah, you could just hope that they get nose blindness after a while. And well, it could be way worse. Like, I'd rather the cat be having like existential crisis of smell than like having to deal with like a skunk bite or something like that, honestly. After having to tend to a cat with like basically a dead tail for the past like 2 months, I'll take the smell than I won't. Especially because like the smell, I want to say it's kind of a salt issue. And it's only skin deep, I think, unless like it's got bacteria or something that could like get into the nose and eyes perhaps, versus the bite where puncture wounds can go really bad real quick with infections and stuff. Abscesses. No bueno. No good. Raccoons are so expressive too. A little bit of like fur coming up here. High intelligence animals. I want to say, I think the parrots and the orcas are probably not exactly the same category as the rats and the raccoons, just because of how much stimulation that they require from the outside. That is kind of unfair for them in captivity. I don't know if I could ever have a parrot or something like that. One, it lives that's a great big requirement or commitment. And same with orcas, right? Like, they live quite a long, not that someone's gonna have like a pet orca exactly, but orcas in captivity generally don't have, like, they might live longer, but the quality of life might be a bit different for such an intelligent creature. And yeah, parrots. You get a parrot and your grandchild's gonna be taking care of that parrot by the end. Or it goes to a sanctuary or something. But yeah, lots of stories I've heard of like parrots pulling out feathers or something like that because of stimulation issues, or they develop attachment issues or something. And it's already a bit painful to see that in other creatures. In a parrot, though, something that can kind of formulate something back at you, or, well, it can parrot something back at you, it's a bit rougher. And again, God, that lifespan. A human lifespan, anyway. Let's see. Okay. Trying to remember. There was another book, and it had something about like differences in lifespans, and sometimes it's Wanting something that has a longer life or has a short lifespan to have a longer lifespan. Imagine if, like, I guess it'd be great. I guess I shouldn't say I guess. It would be great, but also scary if, say, I could keep a cat for my lifetime. But at the same time, it's a bit scary because, let's say a cat lived a human lifespan. Like, if you're a human, if you had a cat that could live a human lifespan, you get that cat when you're 20, that cat and their kin, they're going to be 20 years off, so that their senior years, you're going to be gone. And things like that. Like, that's really rough. So it's kind of a blessing in a way that they have a shorter lifespan naturally. That you get to be there for the entirety of it. I'd rather it be that way than the other way around. Everybody gangsta till orcas start drowning sharks. Do they do that? I mean, I want to say I don't doubt them. A lot of marine mammals are capable of quite a bit of aggravated assault, I believe is a good term for it. Like dolphins too can be quite aggressive, right? So I could definitely see orcas drowning sharks. They eat moose. Yeah, yeah. Just thinking, wasn't there also a case of, well, I mean, like dolphins and stuff like that bullying whales, right? Like drowning whales, I think. Not killer whales necessarily, but like other whale species. I say that as if dolphin is not a whale of a sort. Dolphins are like whales, right? No? And thinking about octopuses. I wonder if they're also capable of like malicious acts. I know that they can be incredibly smart, like sneaking out of tanks and sneaking back in. And there's also like an escaping one, right? Like just up and fucking left. Cetaceans of all sorts are jerks. A lot of species are jerks. Humans are jerks too. We just don't understand their words. Giant whales, they're bros. I want to say they probably don't have the speed to like keep up with the other ones and their meanness, like gentle giants in a regard. Just like a lot of actual giants can't necessarily put their force behind it, right? Because their size makes it more difficult to move. Orcas in particular are brutal. They flip fish in the air so they fall to their death. Really? I hadn't heard that part. Like, actively protect other animals from pods of killer whales? Oh, that's sweet. That is sweet. Huh. I don't really look at too many documentaries and stuff on sea creatures because I have a bit of fear of the ocean. So I haven't learned a huge amount about them. They'll protect humans from sharks when they can. It's cool too. Yeah. Like, I know that sharks are not necessarily bad. They have a bad reputation. And that there are a number of sharks that aren't particularly big or threatening. But I still have a fear of them in general. But again, fear of like the deep blue sea. The only reason that humans aren't hostile to orcas is because orcas aren't hostile to humans. That's on a case-by-case basis. Wasn't there one who was like, well, he was a captive orca who was like really hostile to humans? But just one case. And I'm wondering if they have like better relationships with fishing vessels and other vessels that exist out there. haven't even injured a human in the wild? Huh. I wonder if it might also be a bit of a case of like areas where killer whales are in the water and humans in the water. Oh. Okay. So orcas are, man, just imagining like a fairy orca now. Like a puck orca. A bite, but not a death, huh? And they redirect fishing vessels. Yeah, a puck orca. Unkind, unkind. So too smart. They're tricking humans. Too smart. I think I'm going to just finish out the Paladin and then call it. Because I just realized. Acidify the ocean as a prank? I don't know if that counts as a prank. Orcas are smart enough to communicate that humans are not a target. That's kind of them. Kind is a good word. Accurate. Accurate. Then again, humans have done a lot of things in the name of pranks that have been damaging. But we're not on the bard. We're not on the bard. We're on the paladin. God, just doing malicious things, but it's in the name of something that's right and just, isn't it? And that's where we're at with the paladin. Let's see. Yeah, because I was just going through I am the law. On a 10 plus, you also take +1 forward against them being the NPC that you gave an order on based on your divine authority. On a miss, they do as they please, and you take -1 forward against them. So the next section for the Paladin is quests, and there is a sidebar for it, and the sidebar is, we're on a mission from God. Elwood, Blues Brothers. And just thinking, like, they have the main content here be so serious, and then some of these sidebar choices, like you're quoting Darth Vader and Blues Brothers and stuff on the side. Like, I guess that's another reason why it's a sidebar, because they're so much lighter than the main content. In the name of pranks, unfortunately, actually, you could theoretically make a paladin that's based on it, but it'd be a little bit more difficult because of the fact that paladins only have 2 alignments. One of them is lawful, which kind of goes against pranks, and the other one is good. So if you're a good prankster, you could theoretically work out a paladin. So a paladin has a move called Quest. When you dedicate yourself to a mission through prayer and ritual cleansing, state what you set out to do. Slay blank, a great plight on the land. Defend blank from the iniquities that beset them. Discover the truth of blank. Then choose up to 2 boons. An unwavering sense of direction to blank. Invulnerability to blank, e.g. edged weapons, fire, enchantment, etc. A mark of divine authority. Senses that pierce lies. A voice that transcends language. A freedom from hunger, thirst, and sleep. The GM will then tell you what vow or vows is required for you to maintain your blessing. The GM will then tell you what vow or vows is required of you to maintain the blessing. Honor, forbidden. Cowardly tricks and tactics. Temperance, forbidden. Gluttony in food, drink, and pleasure of the flesh. Piety, required. Observance of daily holy services. Valor, forbidden. Suffering an evil creature to live. Truth, forbidden. Lies. Hospitality, required. Comfort to those in need, no matter who they are. A lawful prankster just really hard? It's just really hard? Yeah. But look at some of the choices that you have here for your quest. And quest is a major part of your kit. Like if you're building a prankster, you're gonna dedicate yourself to what? It doesn't really matter what we dedicate ourselves to. The boons that we would probably want. I think that invulnerability to something would be a good boon, because like, oh look, it's not hot. Haha, actually no, it was really freaking hot. Sucks to be you. Maybe you want the language thing, or maybe any one of these can work for a trickster. But then some of the vows could be very limiting, like honor might theoretically prevent you from doing some tricks. Like cowardly tactics and tricks. Truth could also prevent you from being a prankster. I think the rest you could theoretically have as a vow, and it would be fine for a prankster. And I vaguely recall what I chose for some of these. And some of them are really useful. Yeah, it depends on the... Yeah, we actually got into that a little bit with the truth thing, because I had a quest and I had to defend my town from my city from the inequities that beset them. And we went out, we finished our quest and came back. And during the part of that, I learned a lot of bad things about the town. And I also learned that one of my companions was a forbidden species, pretty much. So... And also that one of our party members was an evil cultist, and that he had passed through like our training system and stuff. So basically, like our adventure academy had a bunch of evil people in it. So I had to keep the truth up for that. But then once I completed my quest, I didn't have to keep up the truth, so it's just kind of really awkward. Prevention from being a prankster but not eliminating. Yeah. Oh, I didn't do anything but a familiar dead. Yeah, so like again, it also depends whether or not, like, we just already read through the cleric spells. I don't think that there's a possibility of for a familiar for a paladin. That might be specific to wizard or some other class, but there are... You could work around it, but it might be a little hard. Okay, water. I have a big glass of water. Alignment. Choose an alignment. Lawful. Deny mercy to a criminal or unbeliever. Okay. Posture. What? Okay. No more shrimp. We are not in the ocean. We're in the garden. Standing up straight and tall like a sunflower. Okay. Like a sunflower. Even though now it's night. The other option is good. Endanger yourself to protect someone weaker than you. I want to say, being a lawful paladin, like having the benefit be on denying mercy to a criminal or unbeliever, that's really fun. But again, like this is a rougher world, I feel like, than the old D&D world. Gear. Your load is 12 plus strength. You start with dungeon rations, 5 uses, 1 weight, scale armor, 2 armor, 3 weight, and some mark of faith. Describe it, 0 weight. Choose your weapon. Halberd. Reach, plus 1 damage, 2-handed, 2 weight. Longsword. Close, plus 1 damage, 1 weight, and shield, plus 1 armor, 2 weight. And then you choose one. Adventuring gear, which is 1 weight, or dungeon rations, 1 weight, and healing potion, 0 weight. A paladin hero in Hearthstone that can literally only say hello, hello, hello. I want to say it could be worse than just saying hello. It could be simply spouting, there has to be a word for this. I'm thinking of like paladinic. That's not actually a word though, but like paladinic phrases. Like Vevictus over and over and over. Which would you rather hear? So there are bonds for the paladin. Fill in the name of one of your companions and at least one. Blank's misguided behavior endangers their very soul. Blank has stood by me in battle and can be trusted completely. I respect the beliefs of Blank, but I hope they will someday see the true way. Blank is a brave soul, and I have much to learn from them. For the holy light. What else? I know. Maybe I still have my notes from Dungeon World. I should have popped them up earlier. I don't have them here though. I usually keep most of my notes in like one section, but not for most of my mini campaigns. I simply write them in like Notepad essentially instead of making a larger book. Mostly. So I know I had come up with some phrases when I did this. Hello is way better. Since the character can only say one word. Why do they only have to say one word? Unless that's your way of getting around it. Completely, I mean. Like being truthful by basically not speaking at all. Okay, I found my game notes. I can open all four at once. Excellent. Excellent. Okay. God, but these are out of order. What did I end up having to take? Okay. I took the has stood by me in battle, can be trusted completely, and someone is a brave soul and I have much to learn from them. And I could not lie, and the DM's definition was even a lie of omission. Ah, okay. I remember this now. So we had a bard, and they had a bond with me, which was Octavia trusted me with a secret. Octavia was the paladin. And there was something about the bard hinting at the secret, and at that moment my character felt the trust broken, like she's about to blurt out the secret. And I think the secret was basically that she had like a huge, like Paladin had like a huge fucking crush on the bard. I think, and that was part of the problem. So like I couldn't lie about it. They're not mute since that's a cop-out now. Lie of omissions do not count, at least for that one game. Let's see. They have advanced moves. So from level 2 to 5, the moves that the paladin can take is Divine Favor. Dedicate yourself to a deity. Name a new one or choose one that's already been established. You gain the commune and cast a spell. Cleric moves. I wish they'd capitalize these since they just kind of like, do you read it as commune? Ah, it's commune. In this case, when you select a move, or when you select this move, treat yourself as a cleric of level 1 for using spells. Every time you gain a level thereafter, increase your effective cleric level by 1. I think I chose that. Because otherwise I don't think there was a way to access spells. Bloody Aegis. When you take damage, you can grit your teeth and accept the blow. If you take no damage, but instead suffer a debility of your choice. If you already have all 6 abilities, you can't use this move. Smite. While on a quest, you deal plus 1d4 damage, and this is why you want to be on a quest. It gives you bonuses. I am an Inquisitor. I do not get angry. Gregor Eisenhorn. Xenos. I feel like I should know what Xenos is. What kind of media is Xenos? That was a sidebar, by the way. I should have said it beforehand. What is Xenos? What is Xenos? It could help if I could spell it. It shouldn't be too hard to spell. Xenos is... Oh, is this a Warhammer thing? This might be a Warhammer thing. Because it's just kind of like, okay, it's not... It could... Yep, okay. It's a Warhammer 40k thing. A book in the Eisenhorn trilogy by Dan Abnett set in the Warhammer 40k universe. Okay. Yep, that's gotta be it. Okay. Exterminatus. When you speak aloud your promise to defeat an enemy, you deal plus d4 or plus 2d4 damage against that enemy and negative 4 damage against anyone else. This effect lasts until the enemy is defeated. If you fail to defeat the enemy or give up the fight, you can admit your failure, but the effect continues until you find a way to redeem yourself. I vaguely recall that one too. Charge. When you lead the charge into combat, those you lead take plus 1 forward. Staunch Defender. When you defend, you always get plus 1 hold, even on a negative 6 or less. Setup Strike. When you hack and slash, choose an ally. Their next attack against your target does plus 1d4 damage. Holy Protection. You get plus 1 armor while on a quest. Voice of Authority. Take plus 1 to order hirelings. Hospitaller. Hospitaller? When you heal an ally, you heal plus 1d8 damage. So yeah, there's a couple here that focus on being on a quest. So you want to be on a quest. Aside from the fact that you also get those, like, some of those boons, man. Just being able to not have to sleep or eat or drink. Being invulnerable to edged weapons. Like, that's crazy. Like, does that effectively mean that you don't take damage from bladed weapons? That's quite the thing to have to work around as a DM. When you gain a level from 6 to 10, choose from these moves or the level 2 through 5 moves. Evidence of Faith requires divine favor. When you see divine magic as it happens, you can ask the GM which deity granted the spell and its effects. Take plus 1 when acting on the answers. Holy Smite replaces Smite. While on a quest, you deal plus 1d8 damage. I kind of wish they bumped it up to like 2d4 instead of 1d8, but that's their choice. Just greater swing amount. Ever Onward replaces Charge. When you lead the charge into combat, those you lead take plus 1 forward and plus 2 armor forward. Impervious Defender replaces Staunch Defender. When you defend, you always get plus 1 hold, even on a 6 or less. When you get a plus 12 to defend, instead of getting hold, the nearest attacking creature is stymied, giving you a clear advantage. The GM will describe it. Tandem Strike replaces Setup Strike. When you hack and slash, choose an ally. Their next attack against your target does plus 1d4 damage, and they take plus 1 forward against them. I guess it also makes me wonder a little bit. Sorry, just looking back and forth at some of the other options. Let's see. So that was Tandem Strike, which replaced Setup Strike. So we've already seen that there's also, again, a lot of variety in here how to play this. You don't have to be quite so focused on damage if you don't want to. for instance, you can use your charisma to order your hirelings around more effectively, and hirelings are actually a thing, a big thing in this game. You can swap, not swap, but you can expand to more cleric-like. And by cleric-like, I mean you can steal their spells. You can use their spells. And also some interesting things here for like being able to tank like Bloody Aegis. But I still haven't finished the 6 through 10 moves. There's still a couple more. I just got distracted by looking up setup strike versus tandem strike. So like getting forward on it as well as doing damage is good. Next is Divine Protection. Replaces Holy Protection. Get +2 armor while on a quest. I think every class so far pretty much has had an option to increase your armor. Although some of it is more of a, like, if you're not wearing anything, you get armor. Copying Cleric's homework? Yeah, actually, it feels a little strange in here because of the way that they wrote the Cleric initially. Like, they feel like they could very well be the same class and they could have just expanded the options. Because, well, it's really kind of a, like, how magey do you want your Cleric, and how, or punchy, not punchy, smitey do you want your Cleric? And the same thing with the Paladin. Because, like, you have a really smitey really smitey Cleric, and then a really soft Paladin, theoretically. Because that's kind of what I made, honestly. She was a small girl in terms of size, riding on a lot of arrogant charisma. So not necessarily like good with striking, but she could cast spells, and help others attack better. Like, I think I took charge as long as she was first in. Warlocks and Shadow Priests, huh? I think this sort of bleeding problem happens a lot, though, and it might just be more of an issue here because how long has Cleric and Paladin been, I guess, like, popular separate classes in D&D? I'm using D&D as the reference because it's, I don't want to say one of the older systems, but like, it's the one I know. So Paladin was introduced in 75 as a fighting man subclass. Okay. So let's see. It was in original D&D, and again as a fighter subclass, and it was introduced in 89. I guess it's its own separate class, and Cleric has always been, I believe, its own separate class. Let's see, Cleric. I mean, Cleric's been in there since the beginning, right? 74. Ah, okay. Part fighting man and part magic user. Let's see. So I guess they were probably not that much different, honestly, than the Paladin in terms of when they appeared. Like, they were a mixture class. But I guess, like, you're a fighter or you're a mage. I actually haven't cracked open, like, original book. Maybe it's kind of like, should I bother? Demonologists? What about demonologists? Sorry, just like the Book of Friends? Hmm? Like there's an actual class that has a book of friends as a class feature or something? Oh, this is WoW, isn't it? Damn it. Not playing WoW. I'm already in one MMORPG. All I really know about WoW is a little bit from playing, I think, up to like level 10. A long time ago, back when I think that was the cap. And comparisons against other MMOs, which are not necessarily kind at this stage. But there are a lot of ways you can rename classes and have them be very similar. Just like the whole rogue thief thing. So we have Divine Protection, and we have Divine Authority. Replaces Voice of Authority. Take +1 to order hirelings. When you roll a 12+, the hireling transcends their moment of fear and doubt and carries out your order with particular effectiveness or efficiency. And there's a sidebar. A lot of idiots you are, selling your own birthright for a saucer of cold porridge. The thrill of theft, of violence, the urge to live easy. Well, I ask you, what is it worth when we have undeniable truth? Yes, incontrovertible evidence that hell exists. The prison chaplain, A Clockwork Orange. That's your childhood game? I can sort of see that a bit too. I was only able to play the free trial, partially because of, well, age at the time. Perfect Hospitalier. Sorry, Hospitaller. I keep thinking like, because it's an LLER, I keep adding an I and thinking like atelier? Patissier? Hospitalier? Hospitaller. Replaces regular Hospitaller. It's such an awkward word too. When you heal an ally, you heal plus 2d8 damage. I mean, it's a Clockwork Orange. I haven't actually seen a Clockwork Orange. It's one of those classics that I should have seen, but never did because of... I think, honestly, it was perhaps a bit ultra-violent for me. Hospital. If you keep this up, I'm gonna hospitalize you. Indomitable. When you suffer a debility, even through bloody ages, take +1 forward against whatever caused it. Perfect Knight. When you quest, you choose 3 boons instead of 2. Ooh, 3 boons instead of 2. That's good. I want to say, how do... Is that a... Hospitaler? Hospitaler? Hospitaler. Hospital. That's right. Just thinking about the coastline. Is hospital really one of those words that is so differently pronounced in different regions? I honestly don't know. I never really quite thought of it that way. Because it's not... I mean, it's a word that everyone should hopefully know. Hospitalizing you for your hospitality? Is it? A hospital. It's fine, it's fine. I know that there are some other words that you can catch people on, like there's the whole I'm trying to think of a proper way to phrase this. Would you marry, marry, marry? Would you marry, marry, marry? Would you marry, marry, marry? That sort of thing. And kind of like a hospital. Hospitaler. Hospital. 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 Just slurring it. You would marry, marry, marry? Yeah, so, yeah, that's definitely a regional thing, the whole marry, marry, marry. But again, it depends on how much you kind of slur it together, too. How fast you speak. And I already have one thing that marks me as not quite from one area that I think Remove already pointed out. But I think there's only like one or two other vestigial pronunciation differences that I would have from someone from my area. Yeah, but when you split it up like that, it's not quite as tongue-tying. And there are other groupings of words too that have similar slurs. I think there are tests out there, right, for determining if it can pinpoint where you're from. And I want to say there's one or two things on there that are extremely pinpointed. Okay, like Mary, Mary, Mary. That's one of them, right? Yeah, so that's called a merger, I suppose. And then there's like, let's see, mirror, nearer, hurry, furry. Are there any other ones? Nurse North? I don't get some of these. Maybe it's because I'm not cardcord. Because I'm not in that grouping. Marrying Mary Meredith as well as Mary, her sister. Yeah, when it's spread out like that, it's a lot easier to work through versus when it's all together. Change before historic. I don't know enough about language. Our language. English. For a whole bunch of these. Dialectical differences. I actually have the book. I have Dialect. I should... There's an RPG called Dialect, actually, and I should take a look at that to see what it has to say about some of this. I don't quite think it's going to be in the case of this, but it could be interesting in terms of other things. Perhaps more of like a world-building type RPG than a average playing one. So maybe a bit closer to the other RPG I shared last time when I was talking about Dungeon World. There was another RPG, and I bought it. And where is it? Where is it? It's in here. It had a name that was shared with another RPG, which made it a little harder to find. Or not another RPG. It had shared a name with a video game, which made it a little hard to find. Downfall was the name of the previous one. So yeah, Dialect the RPG. So I need to actually read through it before I talk any more about it, because literally all I have is the book. The book is pretty. It's also relatively small. And because of where it was purchased, I also have a free to me PDF version as well, which is really helpful. But I can share the link to Dialect anyway. Where is Dialect? Dialect RPG. The tagline is a game about language and how it dies. Like, it's 185 pages. I don't know if I can get through that by Tuesday. Okay. For a second, it's just kind of a wait. Am I gonna ping myself for like linking to this because I have my mouse over the T in Thorny Games? So it's just kind of a wait a second. Dialect is published by Horny Games? Nope, not quite. Thorny. It's a very pretty book, as I said. It looks like the group that puts it out does a lot of interesting things. There's a lot of really strange small tabletop games out there. I was looking through another one some time ago. Bluebeard's bride, and you play as the bride of Bluebeard. Everyone, all the players, I should say, are all playing the bride. They're playing different sisters inside of her, traversing the house. And actually, it reminded me a little bit of, is it Speak No More? Is it Speak No More? Let me check. Speak No More. Sleep No More. It reminded me a little bit of Sleep No More. Again, just going through rooms and whether or not you open the final door. If you don't know who Bluebeard is, it's a... I don't know if it counts as a fairy tale. Okay, it is a folk tale. About a man who kept murdering his wives. And it is the story of his last wife. Well, the last wife that we know of, I should say. Or like just the story of one of his wives, not the first wife. Probably honestly not the last wife either. And she does not know about his murderous history. Bluebeard gives his newly wedded wife a key to the home, and also tells her to never open a specific door, so she has that constant temptation. And behind the door are the heads of the previous wives. But there again is an RPG that is the players group playing as the wife going through the house. So, and again, like, that's not the weirdest RPG premise I've seen, but it was certainly an interesting one. So there's plenty out there. There's always more stuff coming out. I would probably like to, like, I'll have to read it, but I might want to try and, like, run a game of Dialect at some point. Probably not streamed because it is something that I'm not familiar with, but it might be fun to run. They do have a preview up too. Oh, and you can see the game played online? Oh, they have a YouTube channel. Okay. And 3 to 5 players. Okay, the preview is only 20 pages, but that's not so bad. That's not the worst preview. Except for the fact that a couple of these pages are like completely blank. So like the first, let's see. You don't get to the contents until page 8. That's a little rough. So you only get like about 10 pages of rules. And rules is probably a light way of putting it. Again, a couple of these are just images, so I'll have to take a look. But I will keep that all in mind. So I finished reading through the Paladin section. I think I'm going to end it there for tonight. I just need to keep a mental note that finished on Paladin. And chapter 10 is Ranger after that. And that is for page 127 out of 410 on Dungeon World. You've never seen me run a game. Again, I was supposed to run a game yesterday, but it did not pan out because of scheduling issue. It's my fault. I should have confirmed. Thank you for the head pat. But hopefully it will be coming. It will actually be played soon. TM. Hopefully. I hope before the month is out I'll actually be able to put out that particular collab. Let's see. No, you did not miss it. It just there was a misunderstanding about start time, which I should have confirmed beforehand. So by the time things could have run together, the time was over. Let's see. So I don't actually have a schedule formally planned out. I don't have any collabs coming up. I'm probably still going to stream on Tuesday a tabletop game, and I am debating on what to do for that because I'm kind of bitching to play Final Fantasy. Maybe I'll just do like a full triple triad run to try, not full triple triad run, but do a whole lot of triple triad to try and clear out some things there. So basically a lot of small card games, Zatsu style. And Wednesday's Witcher. I have Saturdays free now, so I don't know what I'm going to do for Saturday. If you have any suggestions for some game I should play, And Sunday, I think I'm going to be continuing reading this, or maybe I'll switch to Pathfinder because there is a reason to start reading Pathfinder, the rules. I have been told that I should be fine since I've played 3.5 D&D. However, it wouldn't hurt to brush off and actually like read the rules from the start, so I might switch then. And I don't Pathfinder First Edition. It's Pathfinder First Edition. Play Hearthstone. I've never played Hearthstone. It's a card game, right? I think you've suggested it before, Hearthstone. Right, okay. Yeah, gotcha games. Gotcha. I don't know if I want to put that temptation in front of myself. Yes, right. I think this is the problem. Like the call of the gotcha. The call of the gotcha. Let's see. The call of the gotcha might be too strong. Let's see. Who is online? So Saturday, maybe I'll just put on my calendar that like Saturday will be maybe not viewer choice exactly, but just to be decided. And it won't be reading, it will be some sort of video game. Probably. You snot-nosed teenager, so like you're not a teenager, right? You're above 8. I know you're above 18. There's only like, you're not 18. Or rather, you have to be above, you're 18 or above. Imagine being a teenager, right? Oh, God. I already had to deal with 2 teenagers recently. They're cute, but like... They're cute, I guess. What's the one here? Yeah, points the cut. Yeah. Yeah, they're like pat on the head cute. Nothing else. I have 2 nephews that are teenagers. I mean, like, that can still be cute. In a way. Imperfections don't mean you can't be cute. Yeah, acne isn't the worst. I'm just thinking back, like when I was young, it's just kind of there were definitely some boys that were cute, that were probably were definitely seeing dermatologists and continuing to see dermatologists, but like absolutely cute, even with that any of that going on. And like it's not limited to simply like physical looks too. Personality also affects cuteness, right? Well, I mean, it's not like confidence is cute exactly. What makes cute? Like, what makes cute? What makes cute? I feel like confidence is actually kind of like anti-cute, but it's not like it's a bad thing to be confident. It's opposite. What kind of personality do I find cute? It depends. I'm just trying to think of like well, I'm just thinking like about my cats here, and I really find my boy cat cute, and he is like, why do I find them cute? Sundray. Sundray. Sundray is cute. Very much so. But there's also like this like soft marshmallow types, right? Like easily to cry. That's also cute. But again, like applying it to, I guess, boys is a bit more difficult. Just say yours to keep the viewers coming back for more. I mean, like there's cute is not the end all be all, right? Like personality types, and like just because a personality is cute doesn't necessarily mean it's cute in a way that is like romantically attractive, right? And there are other things that can be not just like different strokes for different folks, but like different personality types for like different kind of situations. And like again, I said confidence isn't exactly cute per se. Like it's not really cute when you think about it, confidence, but confidence is still attractive. Like that's an entirely different scale versus cute. Like oftentimes when I think of cute things, it's not necessarily like romantically attractive necessarily, but then again, it's because like I'm thinking cute and I'm thinking like, oh, like girls, but I'm not interested in girls, so it's kind of like mostly so it's not really affected. And like cute boys, again, that may not necessarily be in that category, because again, I'm thinking cute and like, oh, they're teenagers, and like that the age difference is far too great. Different personality types for different situations, so bipolar people are Swiss Army knives. I want to say I think bipolar people would certainly be one hell of a relationship. That would certainly be a trip. But I think I'm more of a homebody. Mostly. Oh, but I was looking for someone to raid. Who's cute to raid? Who's cute? There is Rainy J. She's really cute. But like she's not like teenager cute. I think her nickname is Auntie Rainy. But I think she's cute. She's soft. She's comfy. Those words are also kind of like synonym, but not quite for cute, right? So let's go check out Rainy J. She's playing Atelier Ayesha, the Alchemist of Dusk right now. Oh, actually, maybe I should be switching to like ASMR. Hold on. Is there anyone ASMR reading right now? Kuma is crazy for doing a 35-hour endurance stream. Holy. Where is it? I've forgotten how to search. Browse. Like, just thinking. Oh wait, no, I don't want art. No. Not art. God, like a 35. Is he gonna sleep on stream? Has he already slept on stream? ASMR. Wait, no, I'm in ASMR. Why am I looking up ASMR as a tag? I'm looking up VTuber as a tag. It doesn't look like anyone's reading right now, otherwise. Yeah, I'm the only one reading. Okay. So, let us... Actually, is Kuma... I don't... Rainy J. Let's start. Okay. So... Again, Tuesday is going to be, I think, it's going to be a tabletop-ish game, but it might be triple triad, another TT, in Final Fantasy 14, maybe. I'll have to check. Otherwise, Wednesday is Witcher, Saturday will be decided, and Sunday is going to be reading more tabletop game, like tabletop books in this sort of style. That will be all for tonight. Thank you for joining me, and have a good night.